Um, Today is Thursday, October 5th. This is the City of Toronto Design Review Panel. My name is Meg Graham. I'll be chairing today's session. And with this, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Welcome. Thank you so much all for participating. It's important to note that in addition to being recorded, today's session is also being live streamed on YouTube. We'll be starting today's meeting with a land acknowledgement, which will be led by Christina Reiners. Christina, are you?
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Meg. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and is within the territory of the Dish with One Spoon Treaty.
Thank you so much. Again, welcome and thank you all for participating. This joint review session is dedicated to development activity at Main and Danforth. We have 4 rezoning applications, and these are the first reviews of the following addresses: 2575 Danforth Avenue, 2681 Danforth Avenue, 8 Dawes Road, and 2721 Danforth Avenue. The format for today's meeting is different than it is typically, and it will be broken into 2 parts, with the first half dedicated to staff and applicant presentations. This is a wonderful opportunity today to review projects in context and together. And so that's the purpose of formatting it this way. So as I said, it will be different than what we're used to doing, but we look forward to doing it in this way to be able to capture the context and synergies between the different applications and talk about them as a wholesome composition. There is an hour and 55 minutes scheduled for the presentation. Presentations. It is a formal review session, and there will be a vote taken for each proposal at the end. Staff have 40 minutes for their presentations. There will be 2 of them, with questions to follow. The consultant teams have been given 10 minutes each for their presentations, with questions to follow them. A break will follow all of these presentations. Again, a note that the session is being live streamed on YouTube and also is being recorded. The recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. To all those making presentations today, I will verbally let you know when you have 1 minute left to wrap up your presentation. Okay. So finally, let's begin with the staff presentations, please.
Great. I think that's my cue. Hi, everyone. I'm George Pantazis. I'm the senior planner assigned to this area, and with me, I have Helen Song and Julie Bogdanowicz. Both of us, or all 3 of us, I should say, are assigned to the area. Myself and Helen are community planners, and Julie is an urban designer with the City of Toronto. So hopefully everyone can see my screen here. This is just a quick presentation that's going to give an overview of the area that me and Helen will be doing. And then Julie will be sort of giving an overview of each application. And then the applicants will be doing their deep dive on their application. So Main and Danforth, this is the area that we're sort of focused on. It's bordered by Danforth Avenue to the north, Main Street to the west, Dawes Road to the east, and the rail corridor to the south. It's sort of a unique part of the city in the sense that it has the main TTC station and Danforth GO station, so they're very close to each other. And it's also, it's a pretty desirable location and a desirable community for young families to grow and to locate in this area. So great access to transit, lots of different mobility options like cycling and whatnot. So it's a really great neighborhood. Here is the official plan land use map. This black border sort of indicates the area that we're talking about. It's mixed use areas, so it's where we expect growth to occur, and there's a broad range of uses that are permitted. It's also, as I said before, there's two station areas here. That there are two major station areas, and if we just zoom in, they actually overlap. So these are the OPA maps for the Danforth GO and Main Street TTC major station areas OPAs. And so, as you can see, they do overlap in this red area. And this is so there's two different policies to sort of talk about. One is, and this one is not as important for the area as the other one I'm going to talk about, but for this one, it's OPA 420, and it's the Danforth Avenue study. It essentially is your typical avenue study. It's mid-rise buildings, and it goes from Coxwell to Victoria Park. And these hatched areas are for office priority areas that's located around the stations. And so if you proposed office, you could go a little bit taller. Here is the sort of meat and potatoes that we want to talk about, and it's OPA 478. This is the Main Street Planning Study area. It sort of is focused on mixed use areas, and it's focused on generally the 500-meter radius that the MTSAs are part of, the major transit station areas. And the red box here is the main area that we're talking about. A couple of things here to note. So this is the blocks and roads plan, and Dawes Road extension here terminates right here. And so in order to unlock the intensification in this area, we are proposing a road. So it extends the Dawes Road. It's a Dawes Road extension that ends at a signalized intersection here. So it just loops around, and it opens up the area for more public frontage and more orderly development. And then these blue lines here are private roads or private laneways for mid-block connections or access for cars and servicing. This map is the area where we expect employment to be located. So it's just, if you're gonna, the reason for it is because the zoning has been like industrial, and there's a sort of an industrial character to that area. So we asked for some employment uses to be in here in addition to the residential. And in case you couldn't do that, say for the real safety, then there was an option to provide something else like affordable housing in lieu of that. The character area here are sort of the built form typologies. So character area A is mid-rise. It follows the Danforth Avenue guidelines. Character area B here, it's a pocket of mixed use surrounded by neighborhoods. So it's also sort of mid-rise. Character area C is where we expect the tall buildings to be. And character area D here is sort of a mix of, it's essentially this, because this site here is one lot, it's the Canadian Tire site, and it's quite deep, more deep than other Danforth properties. This portion, character area D, would be mid-rise, and then the rest of it could be towers. Then here we have the public realm plan. And so these asterisks are POPs. These orange lines are mid-block connections. And this dotted sort of box here is where we expect a central park to be located. The policies in OPA 478 sort of say that, a park should be here, but it could also be there, if there's other opportunities for parks, we can take advantage of those. In this case, park staff and community planning together with the ward councillor, we think that a park should be located here in this location, right at the corner, and another park to be located here in this corner. And then at 6 Dawes, which is a application we're not talking about much today, but is part of the area, and it was approved through settlement. It also has a park here that's about 1,400 square meters. So 3 different parks, and then this diamond here is a potential for a linear park. And so that is my part of the presentation. I'm just going to flip it over to Helen. So Helen, I'll be your next guy here. So whenever you want to go to the next slide, just let me know.
Great, thank you. So for about a year, the city staff mediated on the site and area specific policies that George had kind of just run through for the Main Street planning study area. And that involves 7 different landowners as well as 3 specific site-specific applications, which are highlighted in blue on the map. And the mediations kind of involved expertise from various staff city divisions, including legal services, community planning, urban design, transportation, engineering and parks, and even our strategic initiatives policy analysis team. Um, if we go to the next slide, it better illustrates um, yeah, the massing model. It illustrates the existing, proposed, and approved context for the various projects in the Main Street planning study area. As we previously mentioned, there were 3 sites that underwent site-specific mediation of last year, and that resulted in the green buildings you see along Dawes Avenue, or Dawes Road. And then the proposed developments undergoing review are now in orange. The blue building on Main Street is under construction, just on Main and Danforth, and that's the one project that kind of kicked off the whole study and helped city staff focus on the area and see what opportunities were available to accommodate additional density in this unique area with both the GO station and the TTC station. And then in the next slide, we just have a different view of that same massing model, just from the northeast side of Danforth Avenue and Dawes Road.
Great, thanks, Helen. And so that sort of concludes our portion of it, and it's just an overview of the area. I'm not sure if you guys want to have questions for us now, if you do, or if we want to just roll into Julie's presentation.
No, we're going to go into Julie's. Thank you, though, for
Okay,
your
that's great.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, are you on mute?
There we go. Can
Yeah.
you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'll be providing the urban design issues of focus in the area. So I'm an architect and urban planner, and I've been working on on these files for about a year. And so after the settlements have come in, I kind of jumped in to work on the projects. And so to give a quick overview, I'll be describing all of these developments in turn. There are 7 developments, and I'll be providing an overview of 3 site plan application files as context, and then I'll present the 4 zoning bylaw files in greater detail, focusing on the main issues. And I won't provide an in-depth overview of the zoning bylaw presentation projects because the applicants will be doing that on their own. And so to recap the big moves that George mentioned, we're going to see the Dawes Road extension here in purple. There's a park that's going to be located on the central block. There's going to be a mid-block connection, that's the green arrow. And then the Guest Avenue extension is shown in a red arrow. And you know, we're anticipating a lot of units here. There's over 7,000 units, so that compares to you know, a town the size of Goderich. If we imagine 2 or 3 people being located in each unit, we're getting up to the town of Collingwood. So it's just to say that we're anticipating a lot of people in the area, and that's why we want to really get the public realm right to anticipate all of these people landing here. And so, as I mentioned, I'll be looking at 3 site plan applications, 6, 9, and 10 Dawes Road, starting with 6 Dawes here at the south end of the area. And so this is it's a 3-tower scheme on a tall podium, 11 stories. There is going to be a new public park, a private daycare, a POPs, and we're trying to get connections to the GO station. And we're trying to iron those out. Currently, that's kind of one of the issues that remains. Another issue that remains is the proposed 5-story parking garage within the podium. And then also the treatment of the blank wall overlooking the GO station and the treatment of the crash wall. 10 Dawes Road is the second site plan application over here at the east end of the site. This project is incorporating a mill building, which is a historic building that existed serving the rail corridor. The childcare is going to be located in part of that building. And there's also going to be a POPs on the corner that interprets the building as well. One of the issues that remains is the treatment at grade along Guest Avenue, which is almost entirely a blank wall. And then finally, the third site plan application is 9 Dawes Road at the very east end of the area. So this is another 2-tower proposal on a podium. There's going to be a POPs that's central to the site, and there's a requirement for employment space that's located across 2 stories. And
Julie,
the zoning bylaw.
Julie, sorry, you cut out there for a minute. I'm gonna ask, just can you start that one again there? Thanks.
9 Dawes, okay. 9 Dawes Road is a 2-tower proposal on a podium. There's a POPs that's located central to the site, and there's a requirement for employment space, which is located on two stories of the application. And the design of the POPs is sort of one of the remaining issues to be resolved. Moving on to the zoning bylaw projects, we're dealing with 3 on the Danforth and 1 at 8 Dawes Road. So starting with 2575 Danforth, which we call Main Square, here at the corner of Main and Danforth. This project has 4 existing towers, so this is a tower infill site, and there are 5 new towers proposed. They are proposing a daycare, a POPs, and they will be relocating an existing community center, which is located on private property on leased land. The applicant has noted that they are working on revisions based on staff comments, and these are not available yet, but I just wanted to flag that so people keep that in mind today. So the site plan starts to illustrate the tower infill concept. So the existing towers are in gray, the new towers are in blue. And so they're kind of located along the perimeter of the site. And there's a little leg here at the east side that's part of the site, which is off on the central block where the Canadian Tire proposal is located. I'll get into that later. And so the POPs that's being proposed is largely kind of the central area of the site. And you can see that it starts to towers in the district down to transition to the corner at Main and Danforth. And one of the key issues with the project is that there's a lot of space devoted to vehicles. The official plan directs us to consolidate vehicular areas and minimize curb cuts. And so, Parks staff is interested in seeing a park at the corner of Main and Danforth. So just to give you an idea of where Parks wants that to land. And so Urban Design provided a sketch showing the consolidation of the vehicular areas. There's a proposal to remove one of the north curb cuts here on Main Street, and also to sort of truncate the vehicular lane that kind of runs from here to here, and to turn that over to other uses to serve children and dogs and have additional open space for trees. And by doing this, the park, which is located here at the corner, we could have additional park space that goes beyond the requirement. So that would be something that Parks would sort of pay to achieve. And one of the things that this helps is to achieve the desire line for pedestrians to get to the station through the area. And this also helps with the east-west pedestrian access through the project. And so just a quick little side-by-side comparison of what we're interested in achieving, which is kind of, cutting the vehicular space in half, just about on the site. Another issue with the public realm is that there are no street trees proposed along Main or Danforth. This is because of utilities underground. And so if there are utility conflicts, we're looking for additional building setbacks. Another issue is the proposed archway, which is landing at the property line, which is sort of within the 6-meter building setback that we're interested in achieving at the corner. And then another issue is the connections to the GO station here at the south. So currently there's a ramp that exists partially here on the private property of Main Square, and then it kind of goes south along the GO station property to get to the station. And the applicant is proposing to remove the ramp and replace it here with some stairs, which presents some accessibility issues. So that's an ongoing conversation that we're having. And the community center will be relocated. We're in discussions with Parks, Forestry, and Recreation about where it's going to be relocated, and we don't really have that decided yet, so we don't have anything to share at this meeting. Moving on to 2681 Danforth, which is the Canadian Tire site, and 2721 Danforth, owned by Tri-Metro. And I'll be presenting these in tandem. They kind of form a bit of a Venn diagram. They have a lot in common, so I'll be kind of talking about these together. So 2681 Danforth, the Canadian Tire building, is a 2-tower site on a podium. There's a mid-rise building fronting along the Danforth. They will be proposing a public park, and the existing Canadian Tire that is there now will be reincorporated in the proposal in the future. The project has been appealed, and so moving on to the Canadian Tire, the massing. One of the issues with the massing is that the tower oriented.
Julie, I'm so sorry. You keep cutting in and out. Can I ask you to repeat this slide, but perhaps turn off your video? Thanks.
Let me try to see how I can do that. I think I have to, stop video. Here we go. Okay, hopefully that'll help. So did you want me to go over this?
Just start again. I think like there was enough loss that.
Okay. So the Canadian Tire site is a 2-tower site on a podium. There's a taller mid-rise building fronting the Danforth. There's a public park, and the existing Canadian Tire will be reincorporated in the project. And then 2721 Danforth is another 2-tower proposal on a podium, and this project has been appealed. One of the main issues with the Canadian Tire massing is that the towers are oriented east-west, and they're sort of they're offset from each other, and so this is presenting some shadow issues on the north sidewalk of the Danforth, which we were hoping to retain some sunlight for pedestrians there. And so we've recommended that the towers be aligned behind each other and sort of minimizing the width in the east-west direction. The Tri-Metro, the 2721 Danforth project, this is a rendering of the project. And this is a rendering from the Danforth showing the west property line. And they're showing windows along that property line. And one of the reasons for that was because they, in their block context plan, imagined that the Canadian Tire would locate their park requirement in the center of the block as a kind of linear park. And parks would not accept that because there's not enough street frontage, and linear parks are not well programmable. But regardless, most of the units are located on that central lot line. And so this is the project in context, showing the 5.5 meter setback to the interior lot line. And Canadian Tire submitted an application. They did not provide that linear park, and instead are providing a building right at the lot line with a blank wall up for the extent of the podium. And the composite ground floor plan starts to show how the properties are located next to each other, and starts to show the issues that are showing up as these two properties relate to each other. Canadian Tire has a big box expression that predominates the corner instead of fine grain retail, which is something that we tend to see on the Danforth. Canadian Tire has provided an internal service court with no mid-block connection. So there's a kind of blank wall at the, or sorry, a wall at the property line that does not connect the two properties. The park that was proposed was along the south. It's linear. It has limited frontage on a public street, which was an issue for parks. And then at 2721 Danforth, there's only a small retail element along the Danforth, which we would like to see made larger. And there is a space for a mid-block connection, but there wasn't really any sidewalk provided for that or any kind of safe space for pedestrians to move through. And as I mentioned, the units facing the internal lot line is another issue with light view and privacy. And so we worked on a block plan to try to resolve some of these issues on the block by sort of ignoring where property lines exist and trying to solve all of these problems together. And so one of the things that we did was to try, because the Canadian Tire site is larger, to try to solve some of the separation distance issues on the Canadian Tire site. And so you'll see here that we have the park located at the corner where parks staff would like to see the park. And then, as I mentioned, the separation distances are provided by kind of pushing all of the massing to the west side of the site on the Canadian Tire block. You'll see that the towers are now in line. They're a bit more of a square floor plate, which is going to help with shadows on the Danforth. And with Tri-Metro, the iteration on the right side of the screen simply shows the potential for Tri-Metro to purchase a sliver of land here at the south from Main Square. This is the Main Square property on the block. And that would deliver sort of a larger floor plate and a more buildable, I think, a more buildable regularized floor plate. And then in terms of the block plan, sort of ground floor plan recommendation, it's showing the park on the corner, showing small scale retail surrounding the park. It's showing a mid-block connection with all of the kind of loading activity located on the north so that the pedestrian access on the south can be interrupted and more safe. And on the Tri-Metro site, we're recommending a deeper retail space to achieve that and not have those units on the ground floor at the overlooking the central lot line. And so it's been challenging for the applicants, I think, to imagine how the mid-block connection could be a nice space for pedestrians, an inviting space for pedestrians. And so we've been looking at precedents. This is 18 Lower Jarvis near St. Lawrence Market. It's a really beautiful space with ceiling panels, great uplighting, paving materials. There's wide pedestrian access. And another great precedent at 1 York downtown, which is near the park. And active elevation.
Julie, we lost you again. Can you start that one again, please?
Sure. So 1 York, which is downtown near Love Park, there's lighting, great lighting, paving, and upgraded materials with seating. And if the panel has additional precedents that they wanted to provide, we would be open to hearing about those. And then in terms of the block planning here at the second story, you can see that the Canadian Tire located their building right to the property line, and then internal to the site, they have units that are 5.5 meters from the property line. And so from the Danforth, you can see that condition is kind of a dark canyon, and then internal to the block with 11-meter separation distance for these tall buildings, we found was not appropriate. So that's again an issue that we're working on. And the recommendation is
Julie, you're gonna have to start. You're gonna have to start that again.
Okay, I'm sorry about this. I haven't really experienced these issues before, but so the Canadian Tire we're recommending to spread out, and Tri-Metro we're recommending to locate their units along the perimeter so that they have access to light, and potentially locating office and storage in the central part of the building, potentially a light well here surrounded by amenity, and that should help solve some of the separation distance issues. And finally, 8 Dawes Road here is located at the southeast corner of the district. It's a one tower proposal on a base building. They're proposing a POPs, and the application has been appealed. And the applicant here has also noted that they're working on revisions based on staff comments that are not ready today. So again, keep that in mind when you're reviewing the material. One of the issues is that half of the frontage is devoted to vehicles and blank walls. The lobby is a bit too prominent along the elevation, and the retail space here in green is kind of not even associated with the public sidewalk necessarily. It's kind of sunken in the project. And so we're suggesting to make the commercial space more prominent by squishing the other uses, minimizing the vehicular area and the lobby, so that the commercial space can have a bit more frontage and animate the public realm. And a quick side-by-side comparison of what that could look like here. And another issue is the above grade parking, which comprises or occupies 4 stories of the podium. This is the 4th story plan, so you can see that there are some units along the Dawes Road frontage, but the rest of the floor plan is devoted to parking. The crash wall does require 2 stories to be a crash wall, so that has to be a blank elevation, but the 2 stories above can have windows, but it can't have any residential uses. So, you know, parking is appropriate there, but parking, I think, is not necessarily appropriate around the rest of the perimeter of the building. And you know, other issues with this, similar to 6 Dawes, is about the expression of this crash wall and the blank wall, which is being overlooked by the residential area to the south, by people at the GO station as well. And so a section from the rail safety report shows that it's possible to have residential uses on the north side of the property. So this is the south side here with the crash wall. And so we're hoping to get something like this with the applicant. And because of the parking that has been proposed, basically lot line to lot line, there are issues, knock-on issues with separation distances. So we're here looking at the from the south. We're kind of standing on the rail corridor here, and this building is built 5.5 meters from the lot line with residential windows overlooking the lot line, and they would be looking at a kind of tall blank wall podium. And then likewise, this is the view from looking east. So this is the frontage along Dawes Road. You can see 9 Dawes Road here in teal. And it's the same situation here where the residential uses are 5.5 meters from the lot line, and they would be looking at a blank wall of the parking garage. So finally, the shadow studies, the kind of cumulative 7 a.m. And it's quite dark. And then by 11 a.m., we're getting slivers of light on the Danforth, which I mentioned before is sort of a priority. By noon, we're seeing a bit more sunlight on the sidewalks. One thing to note here in this area is that the mid-rise buildings, the SASP limited the height of the mid-rise buildings so that it would provide sunlight on the sidewalk at noon. And so, you know, the mid-rise buildings are providing that sunlight, but the towers are shadowing the Danforth. And so that's why it's important to us to have towers with limited floor plates and to kind of stack the towers behind to achieve more sunlight. Here we go at 1 and at 2. And then by 3 and 4, by 4 o'clock, we can see that the sunlight is.
Julie, we're still on 11 and 12 p.m. Have you switched the slide?
Can you not see my slides advancing?
Right now, like I said, we're on 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. We're on, I'm not sure what number that is, but.
Let me stop and start again. Let's see if that works to fix that bug. And I was actually just going to go into the issues of design focus. Can you see the screen now?
No, not yet.
Oh,
It's just, it's a poor internet connection, so we're getting a lot of lag.
Yeah, that's fine. The rest of the shadow studies, we don't have issues with the rest of the day. The issue was mainly at noon. So I can go now to the issues of design focus.
Okay.
And we can bring these up on the screen later if I'm having technical issues now. Or Leanne, if you have them and you can quickly get to them, I'll start reading them. So the first question is the vision from the planning framework being delivered by the applications? The second question, is each application contributing appropriately to the public realm? The third question, are applications responding appropriately to the existing and planned context, issues such as block planning, site organization, height, separation distances, etc. And finally, does the design of the various blocks, podium, tower, massing, and materiality relate to each other and create a cohesive composition?
Thank you, Julie. Okay, with that, we're going to move into questions of clarification. And that's for both the first presentation and the second presentation. So the first presentation was by George and Helen, and the second one was by Julie. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and I'll go in turn. Eladia.
Hi, thank you for your presentations and description of some of the ongoing discussions to do with these projects. Possibly I should have asked this before, but it strikes me that all of these projects benefit from some of the same neighborhood dynamics. In particular, the access to transit and to another degree, the dynamics of the neighborhood taken as a whole. So is there any mechanism whereby the projects are able to collaborate on things like improving the community center, for example, collaborating with the city to improve that existing community center, improving the GO station, ensuring that the TTC connections are adequate and ready to receive the radically increased density of this block. So are there any like City of Toronto interfaces available to these proponents to act collaboratively, as all of these projects will benefit from improvements to those public amenities, but may not have individual site-related ability to affect the success of this small region here, which is, as has been mentioned, equivalent in size to the town of Cobourg.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it's George Bentaz here, and I'll try to answer that question. So, so for we are all working together, and we have tried to bring the landowners into workshops. They are all working together, or I should say we are pushing them to work together. And certainly during the sort of phase one mediation process, everyone was involved. So we were able to sort of secure some stuff in the official plan amendment itself. So for example, a master functional servicing plan is required, and that's just to make sure that the capacity from a hard infrastructure perspective is met. In terms of the community center, the 3 development applications that are already approved from a zoning perspective were within the Section 37 regime, and they are actually providing funding specifically for the community center. I don't have the number offhand here, but I think it's about $3 million altogether. I'm not sure, or maybe that's just from Rana applicant. But so there is some money set aside for that as well. And then park staff, they've identified that this is an issue, that that it's going to have to be part of the capital plan, and then that capital plan will fund for a new community center. The location of that community center is still a question mark for us, so we don't have any information on that. It might be located within the area that we're talking about with amongst the developers, or it might be located somewhere else, but in close proximity. So it fits within that so that it serves the community. And then in terms of some of the other items that you brought up, like the Metrolinx and the TTC, like we are actively working with both transportation services, the TTC and Metrolinx, and getting into workshops and working groups, meetings with them and the applicants together. And there's actually also some Section 37 funding for a transportation study that will look at ways to improve traffic congestion and making sure that people move around. So for example, the east and west sides of Main Street, making sure that the people living on the west side of Main Street can easily and safely access Danforth Go, which is located on the east side of Main Street. So some of those things are ongoing, and some of those things are also, they're not necessarily things that developers will deliver on, but it's more things that the city, together with DDC and the Metrolinx, will seek to do.
Claudia, does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Okay. Heather was next, then Jim, then Dima.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering, with respect to the proposed park locations and having them, I guess, stray from the kind of central park idea, and I'm just wondering how those locations were determined. It seems like the parks will be in shadow for a lot of the time. That's my first question. And then my second question was with respect to vehicular movement across the site. Was there ever, and there's the purple line drawing on page 3 of one of Julie's document, I believe. Was there ever any conversations about extending the purple line south and taking up part of the property on 2575 and having a road go right out to Main Street? Just wondering if any other traffic patterns were considered.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So I'll address the parks question first. So originally, and this is all public knowledge, and it's in some of the reports about the Main Street planning study, but essentially we had proposed for the park to be centralized and located south of the Canadian Tire site. And the councillor did not agree with city staff, and he wanted the park to be on Danforth, and he wanted that because a lot of the community also wanted a park to face Danforth. And so it was that was his decision to make. And so that's where we landed. In terms of the shadow impacts, we did look at them, and it seems like unless you have a park located along the rail corridor, it's very hard to avoid park or shadows on any kind of parkland. So it's kind of one of the things that we just have to sort of live with, and I think that's there's other ways to program these open spaces to make sure that they can be maybe a little bit more active, and park staff is already thinking about that as well in terms of, and they are aware of the shadow impact, so they're thinking about the programming in light of that. In terms of the traffic, no, we didn't, and I think mainly because Main Square is it's an existing context, right? There's already tall buildings located there. So it's really hard to sort of punch through in a way through existing buildings. And so it wasn't really something that we wanted to investigate, as well as I think if you did cut it through, the intersection that would be created would be too close to the main street, Main and Danforth intersection. So that might be a little bit too close.
Sorry, that's exactly why I was asking that, because at the southern edge of the 2575, there are no existing buildings, and it would put the access out onto Main way further away from Main and Danforth than is currently proposed. So anyway, it's I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Jim?
Thank you for the presentation. My question was really essentially a variation on Heather's. She often steals my thunder. I was thinking why you couldn't look at having an extension of Dawes Road over to Main Street. And I appreciate the distance from the Danforth intersection, but I do think it's still worth looking at in future if there's an opportunity to do that, just based on the extremely large population that's being contemplated for this area. Thank you. So I don't really have a question.
Thanks, Jim. Dima?
It's not clear to me, and this goes back to Julie's slide, I think page 21. If we can get an explanation as to how people access the GO station, is the intent that they still only access it through the existing like ramp or stairs that's being changed?
I can address that one by looking at the 6 Dawes application. If you pull up, say, slide 3, you can see that there is a POPs that is central to the 6 Dawes lands. So we're anticipating a connection to the station there. We're also anticipating a connection through the park, hopefully, and through the very west end of their site. We're also interested in seeing a pedestrian connection between 6 Dawes and the GO station there. So there are 3, hopefully, public.
These would all be connections through the crash walls that are there?
No, those would not be through the walls. They would be through breaks in the building massing.
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding the building massing. That seems like a continuous wall.
I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see the slide there?
No.
No, it's still coming. I do have it down here.
Yeah, if you look at the south, you can see there's a building that says part package, that little gray block, central and east on the 6 Dawes lands.
Julie, please try turning off your video again.
Sure. Maybe Leanne, if you can pull up slide 3 from my presentation, I can try to annotate on the drawing. So let me see if I can try to annotate here. We have here, this is the POPs. So there's one connection anticipated here. The other connection that we're interested in seeing is sort of through the building to the station. We talked about the one from the sidewalk here. Currently, it's a ramp, and Main Square is proposing to turn that into a stair. And then there's the other access here from the park, or there's this area here is a Metrolinx easement, so it can either happen on the easement or within the park.
Okay.
So hopefully that clarifies the access.
Thank you.
Paul.
Actually, Julie, if you could keep that slide on the screen, because it relates to the same thing, but it's more about, I'm just curious about grading conditions, because it seems very much like the, what is it, the one with all the apartment neighborhood site is higher relative to 8 Dawes, which is again higher than the GO platform, given the ramp that's there being replaced as a stair. What is the sort of grade condition between, I guess, 8 Dawes and the site immediately to the north? Can pedestrians walk through that area and through that driveway that would be, I guess, the Dawes Road extension?
So I just made a little X, and by the way, Paul, you're calling it 8 Dawes, but this application here
Sorry,
is
6.
6, yeah. And so there is a change, and there was a question about extended road. There would be a significant grade change. I think it's about, I think it's a 2-story grade change between sort of the elevation here at 6 Dawes and the elevation here at Main Square. So that is a challenge.
It's a 2-story grade change. Is that what you said?
I think something like that. Yeah, it's quite significant.
And so where you just drew the red line east-west north of the driveway, are we to read that as a retaining wall between the two properties?
Yes, so there is a retaining wall, and the applicant can maybe show this in greater detail. There's a retaining wall that they're actually, I think, proposing to, have the building be sort of, I'm not explaining this right, but instead of a retaining wall, for the building face to sort of function as the retaining wall, so to kind of make up that grade change with active elevations. But I think the applicant can maybe describe that more clearly.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Eladia?
Hi, thanks. That whole discussion just raised one more question for me. Is there a mechanism whereby there's some sort of, I don't know what you would say, equalizing factor, because the 6 Dawes is going to disproportionately bear a lot of the responsibility for making sure that GO Station works. And everyone, all of these applicants will benefit from that GO Station functioning optimally. But that particular site has the strongest adjacency to it. So I'm just curious what the city's thoughts are on that.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Is it that there are improvements that 6 Dawes is doing for the benefit of Metrolinx, and what are the other applicants are doing or contributing to that, or what's?
Yeah, I think so. Being as this whole neighborhood is going to rely on that connection, and 6 Dawes sort of has purview, I guess, over it to a greater degree than any of the other sites.
Well, I think it's I think it's a negotiation between Metrolinx and the applicant at 6 Dawes, and the city isn't party to those negotiations, so I can't really speak on behalf of Metrolinx for that. But essentially, if your development is next to a station, usually the city will ask for improvements if that makes sense. So maybe it's just a location thing that's just how it works. But the other sites are also contributing to the movement into those spaces. So they may not have to. It's not like equalized, I guess you could say, but they're all contributing in their own way.
Maybe if I can just add a little bit more context. When we're asking for these connections through the POPs, it's literally about providing a concrete sidewalk as part of the design in the POPs. So it's not really, I don't consider that to be a hardship. It's just more of a design element to achieve that connectivity. So maybe just add a little bit more context there.
But I think the gist of what George is saying is that no, there's no distribution of the impact of accommodating better connectivity at the GO site. There's no way that the city can spread that out across the developments. Okay.
Yeah, like it's not a shared facilities agreement sort of situation. Yeah.
Right. Okay, any other questions? Dima, do you have another one? Yeah?
Yeah, sorry, just quickly. I just want to go back to that question about the community center. Um, I mean, we started off with a description of how much population is going to be added to this area. I guess I'm a little surprised that this community center is going to be demolished, but there's no certainty that a new one is going to replace it, and no location found, and no idea whether that location will actually serve the community. So I'm just wondering, like, well, I guess if there's a better plan, then we don't know yet.
It's not so much that we don't know yet, it's that we don't know the specifics yet, right? So there will be a replacement facility. It will serve this community. It's just the specifics of where it is, how big it'll be, what kind of things will be in it. I don't have those answers.
But I guess that's maybe my question. Theirs is a huge mass redevelopment of the whole site involving multiple property owners. It's not like there's empty land available for grabs for community centers here, there, and everywhere that the city can grab in this area and reuse. And yet in the development of this whole massive site, there isn't some sense of like taking some land and making it a community center. I'm just surprised. Because it's not like there's a lot of empty lots in this area that will serve.
Yeah, and fair enough. And park staff are aware of that, and they know about the issue. They've known it for a while, and like I said, they are considering where best to put this community center and how best to fund it. And we do have our parks and facilities master plan, and it is located there. So it's just a matter of making sure it's on the capital budget and then directing funds to it. And then they will figure out where best to locate it. And again, it might be located in one of these developments. I don't know. That negotiation hasn't quite taken place. But it could also be located somewhere else that's in close proximity.
It's hard to parse what you're saying, George, to be honest. Like, so you're saying for sure we're going to get one, we just don't know where it is. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Or accurate? Not fair. Okay. Thank you for your questions and answers there. We are now going to move into the consultant presentation for 2575 Danforth Avenue. We've got another 40 minutes of presentations, or actually this part of our day will end at 3. So if you want to give a stretch for a minute, get up and stand up and give yourself a stretch, and we'll start the 2575 Danforth at exactly 2 o'clock. Or actually, my 2 clocks are different. Just we'll start in a minute. So if the proponent could actually please get your presentation ready, that would be great. And by ready, I mean, yeah, perfect. Thank you. Okay, you're all set? Okay.
Ready to go.
Let's go then. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, panel members. It's Craig Hunter from Hunter & Associates. We're the planning consultants on behalf of the owners of Main Square. I'll be very brief, and then we're going to turn it over to Mika at WZMH to walk through kind of a curated version of the community meeting slides that we had presented. As staff indicated, there are existing approvals at Main Square, just so the panel's aware. There's zoning entitlements. If we could just hold this slide, and then Mika can walk through the balance. I can use this to speak to actually a few of the items that came up in some of the Q&A with the panel members. Buildings E and F that are shown in Main Square are approved. They're zoned. Buildings that don't exist yet, they have not been built, 15 and 32 stories. One is on the corner of Main and Danforth, and it's relevant to where the park discussion is at. There's also a daycare that's going to be provided on site. There have been very active site planning work advanced, including commercial renovations along Danforth through to about the time the city planning study began. And then collectively with the city, everything went on pause while we considered kind of the role within Main Street planning study, participating throughout the process. The specific application that you have before you has had technical comments come back in. As George indicated, there's been workshops with other property owners, particularly the relations between 6 Dawes to the south, which is now zoned into site plan, and the Canadian Tire property to the immediate east. We look forward, initially we were kind of told of this a few weeks ago. We were a little hesitant because nothing had been really formally resubmitted or reconsidered yet. But I think you're right, Chair, that this is a good time for this. This is a good time to get everybody's thoughts together and get some early advice and input before we kind of recalibrate on these on a broader level between owners and on site itself. I just want to touch on the public realm community side of things before we walk through the design. First of all, Dawes Road. Dawes Road is going to be implemented through the main square site. It's kind of a key component to both the north-south leg and the east-west leg that staff have talked about. Don't think there's really any issues there other than implementation. It's to the size that they asked. The public park, as I think one member noted, it was to be centrally located. The kind of condition of putting it onto Danforth, really where Building E is located now, has been something that's been talked about in the community for a while. But that would involve removing that building and then probably looking at opportunities to kind of recalibrate some of that density should it be entertained on the corner. And we're exploring that right now. The Main Square Community Center, what you see there, that is on a 25-year land lease. It was built and it's been operating quite well as a part of the Main Square community and the broader community for many years. We had explored options about relocating it on site. As George indicated, just around the time of making this application, we were informed that the city was no longer wanting to have the community center on Main Square, and another location was going to be accommodated in the community. As George said, we don't know where that's going to be, but Talisker is also interested as an owner, property owner, about making sure that that is something that is close to the Main Square community because the residents have enjoyed that for many years, and we're open to participating in that. That's what kind of opened up an opportunity to consider redeveloping the southern portion of the site. And finally, the Metrolinx to Main Street and the GO Station's western entrance. There are ongoing discussions about trying to kind of collaborate on a building design, a landscape design that might more functionally and aesthetically integrate the GO Station platform, which is about a 2-story grade difference right now, where the Main Street bridge comes up. And there will be a daycare continuing to be provided, and we're proposing to put it more centrally located for about 95 preschool and school-age children. That will be an expansion of the one that exists on Main Square today. So with that, Mika can maybe just walk you through the design approach to date. And again, we look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Mika, are you on mute?
My apologies. Thanks, Greg. Sorry, my name's Mika Vernon with WZMH Architects. Here you've got the site as it exists today. There's 4 existing slab buildings, averaging in the mid-20 stories in height. Each building's got a different relationship to the street, creating a varied edge condition around the site. We looked at the site and we tried to evaluate the existing public areas and look for opportunities to improve the public realm. The upper photo here shows an abandoned pit that currently exists at the center of the site, as well as one of the many blank brick walls that face pedestrians throughout the site. The lower photo shows some of the extensive paving and hardscape that covers a large portion of the site. These aerial and street level images, they're showing the massing and color of the existing site buildings and the relationship to the site edges. Here we've highlighted the existing surface parking. as well as the major vehicular routes within the site. Not highlighted, there's also, if you can see my cursor, a garbage collection enclosure that sits along Main Street just to the south of Building A. And so here's what we're proposing. We're keeping the 4 existing slab buildings, A through D, shown in gray, and we're retaining and reconfiguring the previously zoned buildings E and F, and adding some height to building F. We're adding 2 towers at the other corners, buildings H and G, and a mid-rise building I along the Dawes Road extension. As was mentioned earlier, the city's asked for on-site parkland dedication that we're discussing with them, the size and location. Moving down to our ground floor plan, our intention was to create high quality public spaces in the site, animate the street edges, draw people through the site. In purple, you can see the retail uses that we have activated the street edges with. And in yellow, you can see where the residential lobbies connect to the street. The blue that Craig mentioned is the daycare, which we are relocating from building C and enlarging along with a large outdoor play area. Throughout the site, we've created multiple landscaped open spaces, all of which, with the exception of the daycare play area, are open to the public. I've overlaid here the pedestrian routes. We know currently the majority of foot traffic between the GO and subway is along the main street. We wanted to open up the middle of the site and draw people through it. Here we've created a diagonal access from the main intersection across to the southeast corner. And this includes cuts through the corner buildings E and F, and providing a direct route through the site, its main open spaces, and aligns with a planned future connection to the GO Danforth station. We've tried to create a finer grain of pedestrian paths. This includes opening up building H along Main Street and to provide a barrier-free access point to the south laneway and a midpoint between the 2 GO station connections. We're also engaged in dialogue with the city and Metrolinx regarding further improvements to accessing the GO station. Here we're showing the remaining driveways. We've tried as much as possible to eliminate parking and driving on site. We've eliminated all of the surface parking lots, just leaving laybys for passenger drop-offs and deliveries. At the bottom, you can see the arrow indicating where we've moved all the garbage loading below grade, entering off the laneway. So there'll be no above grade garbage collection. The road access to Danforth has been made pedestrian only. As mentioned earlier, the city's expressed a desire to further reduce the car access on site, and we're working with them to explore different possibilities, keeping in mind the functional requirements, fire routes, and accessible drop-offs.
Mika, 1 minute left.
Moving on to the massing of the new buildings, here we've explored the proportions of classical buildings, which have a bigger base and top with smaller middle section. We're looking at a method to proportion the new buildings to existing slab towers. We've established the existing slab buildings on site have a mid-20-story datum, and we've aligned the massing of the new buildings accordingly. Each new building's got a 2-story base used to activate the public realm, an 8 to 10-story podium aligned with the existing mid-rise and providing frontage to perimeter street walls, and a top that is a 24-story brick-clad middle section matching the existing datum of the slab towers on site. And above that are the light-clad sections of the tower, creating a top that floats above the existing buildings. And these proportions are translated into the elevations of the building. In this aerial view, you can see the brick middle of the new buildings and how they blend with the existing slab towers. The new building heights increase to the south as you move away from the neighborhoods to the north. This is the corner of Main and Danforth. It's got activation and weather protection for the commuters. There's been conversation with the city about the language of the arcade, and we're exploring other possibilities such as canopies. And kind of zooming into the bottom of building E, you can see the opening at the corner, the beginning of the diagonal route to bring pedestrians through the site. This is at the opposite corner. We have the the new street meets Dawes Road and looking at the south laneway, we've continued the canopy protection and animations. And zooming in, you can see the terminus of the diagonal route as it sits across from the future GO station. Just to answer an earlier question, this is the south part of the site. We're proposing to remove some of the existing retaining wall and bring the buildings down to the existing grade across from 6 Dawes. And this is another public courtyard. The accessible path connects to the laneway at the south. These are some more views along the proposed new street and the retail activation. And finally, we come to the public square at the center of the site with outdoor play areas, landscape spaces, and zooming in, you can see a direct connection from the new main square to the intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, we have 6 minutes for questions of clarification. So if you could keep your questions succinct as best as possible. Starting with Heather.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you know the proposed FSI density of the site at full build out.
I can pull it up if you give me a minute, but I don't have the number off the top of my
Okay,
head.
it's okay. Maybe you can type it into the chat. It's okay. And
Sure.
are any of the new tower plate sizes, do any of them exceed the 750 square meter tall building guidelines?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And the U road kind of around the existing building, the 2 curb cuts that are at the northwest, quite close to the intersection of Danforth and Main. Are you do you have a traffic consultant that has sort of said that's workable? Do you have confidence in that one?
So just scrolling up to, you're talking about this U
Yes.
Road. So
Yes.
yeah, we're working with BA Group as our traffic consultant. So this upper connection is aligned with the new intersection that is, I'm not sure the address, on the other side of Main Street. They're reconnecting a street that kind of merges currently with Main Street. So it has a controlled intersection, and this upper level aligns with that intersection.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Jim.
Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple of things. First, am I correct? Did you say that Dawes Road is being extended to Main Street?
So it's a private laneway on the 6 Dawes site. We have an easement that accesses it. There's actually a significant grade change. The Main Street starts to ramp up towards the bridge that crosses the rail line. So there's about a 4-story, if you can see my cursor, there's about a 4 meter, sorry, not 4-story, a 4 meter grade difference at the corner down here up to the sidewalk. So the public laneway extends almost, I don't know, probably within, I don't know, 60 feet of Main Street.
Okay, thanks. And the second question, is it correct what we've been told that you're proposing the removal of the ramp to the GO station?
We're in conversations with Metrolinx about how to appropriately access their land, which is directly across from the corner. There is currently a ramp that we are rerouting to come down through the center here. And we're currently showing stairs, Metrolinx looking for possibilities of having an elevator there. And it's kind of an ongoing conversation about how that connection will work.
Okay, great. That's it for me. Thank you.
Julie has put in the chat that the laneway on 6 Dawes does not connect to Main Street.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for this consultant? No? Okay. Thank you for your presentation and the questions. We're going to move on to the consultant presentation for 2681 Danforth Avenue, please. You will have 10 minutes for your presentation, and as noted earlier, I'll give a verbal signal when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anita from Turner Fisher Architects. I'm here to represent our client Canadian Tire regarding the site at 2681 Danforth Avenue. So today with me is with our clients today here, and as well as Tyler Peck. He's our planner on the for this project. And I just wanted to skip quite a bit of the history of the site and also like the planning process. Especially we know that there is like a very informative sessions from Julie and George and Helen. So our site, I just wanted to reiterate, we totally understand that there are a lot of different build forms that is already existing on this site, as well as the upcoming different parcels having their development ranging from like from 8 stories to 55 stories towers. Our site at 33 and 44 stories aligns with like the broader context of by facilitating a transitioning in height from the south to the north side. Which we will be going through the different slides later on. So you can see we are very well informed today regarding the different development coming into this Danforth area. One unique thing about our site is really the Canadian Tire. We recognize that this is a very vital or pivotal retail that is making the Danforth the Main Street retail survival. And then that's like why we felt that our site is very unique, and then something that will be implemented in our building design. This is another view just to show like our site context in addition to other like proposed building or existing building. But I just also wanted to make sure that we are, as previously discussed by George and Helen, we wanted to confirm that how we have framed the development to meet the official plan policy for this land use destination and local area. The proposed mid-rise and tall buildings forms, as well as the proposed uses, are permitted, and in this proposal implement the plan while unlocking up development opportunities and addressing the city design guidelines with respect to tall buildings. So this is our site with the roof plan. As you can see, we have a fronting like the north side is the Danforth. We have a very strong mid-rise form and transitioning to a 33-story tower in the middle, and then at the southern part is a 44-story tower. We do have a park that is fully in the stronger configures to dedicate it as a public park on the south side. The whole intention is really to that we will have no impact from our building, the tall building that we're proposing. This park is a sphere square in a rectangular shape. It is intended for like the city to be programmed based on the community needs as well as their feedback, what they wanted to have for this park. There is like a road, a north-south road dedicated for the south-north direction on the west side of our site. This is intended to connect to like the main from between the main square as well as our site, so that like we do have the frontage for the proposed park. So this particular on the ground floor, as you can see, we do have like the Canadian Tire is intended to remain on site, and then the large pink area, it is a vital for, like as I mentioned, for the Main Street for Danforth area. As we coming down on the public road to the west, we do have like the residential lobbies, and then we only have one access point for both like the vehicle access for both retail and residential, and then that's like where we wanted to add like the uses facing this part to ourselves. So where we were, this is the second floor. As we mentioned, we do have like a large percentage of retail on this site. It is so crucial that we wanted to show you today. It is like a large area we was intended to keep, and then it's also like make up the both like height for the podium. Because it's almost, as you know, it's a doubling 2-story of residential floors, and then we wanted to preserve that facing Danforth Street. As we're moving up to the 3rd floor, these are all like residential units. We intended to maintain the 3-story frontage for the Danforth, mimic like also reflecting similar well-formed and massing face across the street of Danforth to our north side. As you can see, when we go up to the podium level of an X-story, we have like a significant setback, having the outdoor amenity on the rooftop. But then the tower like starts technically on this level. You can see the transitioning of this terracing build form, maintaining a very strong mid-rise build form along Danforth Street, while respecting the different angular planes intentional to keep the overall public realm similar to what like what is intended for Danforth Avenue. And then this is just like keep going up. We are building, it is at a 750 square meter tower plate, and then both tower at a 44 and 33 stories. We felt that this is important to also show you guys like one level for the underground, just to show that to make our surfacing the retail for the Canadian Tire to be viable. We do need like we are trying to like kind of maintain all the surfacing the same. We are putting like a large the car surface area in the underground. It is necessary, but we're also trying to kind of bring down like all the like minimize the vehicular impact at grade, and then we're moving it from the ground level. So this is the different sections, the east south, and then the sorry, east west, and then the north south. As you can see, the Danforth Avenue is on the right hand side. We are trying to protect like the different angular plane, and having maintaining, as I mentioned, a strong podium, mid-rise form, and then having the tower transitioning at a different height towards the south side. So we do like when it comes to design, our approach is really like also to look at like, a larger context of the entire site. We recognize there are like very interesting moments of Dawes Road, and then it was meant to be connected back to like the major railway hub, which actually disappearing from the past. We wanted to actually bring it back like this sort of the history of the site. And then this diagram is really to illustrate that like how we are trying to incorporate some of the diagonal elements, some of the gesture, and making some bulk move on our build form and massing. And then as you can see, we're trying to like, maybe introducing like a little bit of like diagonals, little chamfer, and then to really open up like breaking up the scale of the forms a little bit and giving a little bit more breathing room, as we are perceiving the mass like from the main street. So this is our overall looking the view of from the Danforth looking southeast. As you can see, our tower, the 2 towers, like it was way setting back a lot towards the south side, and then having a strong podium facing Danforth. There is like a very strong presence of Canadian Tire, and then it is our intention to provide a very active street front as much as possible. It is like almost like an anchor that we see ourselves on in this particular area. And this is another view looking down the north to our public road. As you can see, we were we'll be fulfilling all the city requirements in terms of like the public street standard. We are trying to as much as we can open up like some of like the frontage or like having more transparency between like the inside and outside, and then try making this more activated and animated. So this is just another view, the last view, like from the public road looking east, where the facade where we have like the only vehicular access just one curb cut from the public road. And as you can see, there are like different different signages. We were truly trying to open up this animate this facade by introducing like the different elements, and especially creating like almost like also the retail frontage too, and then as well as showcasing how we can just minimize like the curb cut from the public road, but still make it functional for our site. Thank you. My presentation is done. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anita. Questions, please raise your virtual hand, starting with Heather.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, the retail offices on the fourth floor plan that are completely inboard. So those are offices for Canadian Tire, and there's no natural light to those offices. Am I reading the plans correctly for that?
Yes, it is like intended for like a different office use at the moment, and it could be the storage room. As you know, like we do, there is a lot of backup house spaces that we need. So it is I guess right now we don't know yet, but that is intended for the offices or storage at the moment.
Okay, great. And then is this project meeting the requirements of 2 square meters per suite of interior and exterior amenity space?
Yes.
Yes, and
Yeah.
the bike parking ratio is 1 to 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And then the architectural expression, are you looking at prefabricated elements? I'm just wondering if these balconies, they seem very small and quite particular, and then also the kind of, it looks like they're prefabricated maybe bay windows, like the kind of solid angled elements.
So far, like obviously this is our first submission. We are exploring a lot of different opportunities. This is actually on in the discussion when we first designed it. We are not sort of married specifically to that, but we are constantly like we'll be further develop the scheme.
Okay. Understood. Also, could you just walk us through the setbacks on the eastern property line where you have grade related units and then it steps back above?
I don't think we have grade related units.
Okay, then maybe, sorry, was it the second floor?
Actually it's starting at the third floor where we have the are you talking about this? This is actually above the Canadian Tire, which is already I guess like a full, like equivalent to a floor 4 of residential units. So these two will not have like intended to not have window to the east. Based on today, like I guess the unit layout and whatnot, the units will be able, like it's still functional having the north-south windows.
Okay. Yeah, I meant at the southeast. Where's what's
southeast? Okay,
page
so
19? Sorry, on the second floor. I'm just wondering what that dimension is to the
5
eastern
meters.
property. I zoom in on the drawing as in I don't have enough pixels. Okay, sorry, 5 meters?
5 meters.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Paul.
Yeah, thank you. If you could just flip to the ground floor, and appreciating its early days, I'm curious how that loading facility works and sort of the mix of maybe back of house space there before you start to bump up to what we're supposed to be active retail frontage, and how you look to kind of balance those issues, and ultimately what's stopping the plan from pulling some of that loading bays further south away from the street so you can get more active uses.
So the loading, this, you mean this loading area? We try
Well,
to
more specifically, what happens in the pink, because it's not going to be retail. You'll have some kind of a back of house space to the within the pink, right?
We're still yes, we are still sort of
Well, no, not
doing
there,
the
but
space design
immediately north of the loading. That's really kind of my concern, right? And sort of the residual shallow retail spaces that become generated. How do you see those functioning?
in some ways, like actually, this is more than 30 meters, 100 feet, like depth already. The loading actually is like the main, like this is just like a very small retail in the terms of Canadian Tire. The actual the big retail floor is actually here on the second floor, which will immediately get transformed by the two freight elevators. The back of house will be located on the upper floors. Yes, there will be understanding there will be some back of house on this floor, but then with a retail depth that is, I guess, 100 square feet. I think it is well, I guess like the depth is enough to make this retail survive. Because like
I see.
usually
So
it's about
you're
60 feet.
imagining it's really just a corridor that gets you to the freight elevators.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Anita and panel. We're going to move on to the consultant presentation for 8 Dawes Road, please. And Ryan, you'll have 10 minutes and I'll introduce a verbal signal when you're at 9.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the panel. My name is Gianni Ria and I'm a principal with Arcadis Architects. We are responsible for the architectural design in front of you today. I'd like to mention that this application is still at a very early stage of design development and is currently subject to a very constructive consultation process with city staff. In fact, some of their initial recommendations have been incorporated in the design that is shown in this presentation. I also respectfully remind the panel that in the interest of sharing this information, we accepted the invitation to the design review. However, I believe that this review may be a little premature. In our case, as there are many parts still in motion, especially related to the exterior architecture of the superstructure. And I'm going to move to the site plan. The site measures approximately 2,500 square meter and is located at the southeast corner of the Dawes Road intersection and with the extension, the future extension to the west, and coincides also with the future pedestrian connection to the GO station plan just to the south of our site. The site is currently vacant and the site is landlocked on 3 sides with only one limited street exposure on Dawes to the west. The south frontage is flanking the railway corridor, requiring the construction of a 6-meter high crash wall. And the existing 12-story building to the east is featuring a 3-story podium structure at 0 lot line. The recently approved development to the north is following a similar podium typology at 0 lot line as well. I'm going to move to the site plan, please. The site plan is showing the overall site massing strategy, including the articulated podium with height ranging from 1 story to 4 story, responding to the podium heights of the adjacent property to the north and to the east. Above this 1-story massing to the north and to the east, the build form is set back by about 5.5 meters to allow for the introduction of residential units along the perimeter, creating opportunity for terraces, green spaces, and facade animation. So compared to the diagram that you've seen from city staff, we did follow some of the recommendation. We pulled back the podium to the north and to the east to allow for much more animation and introduction of the residential units rather than the original parking structure. The lower build form is properly set back from Dawes frontage to allow for the required street widening, and the 4-story high podium provides for a comfortable pedestrian scale along the street frontage. Along this short frontage, we accommodated the vehicle entrance to the site, the main residential lobby, and the 5,000 approximately square foot retail space that will provide for the necessary street animation. The upper floors will be featuring residential units carefully placed to hide the above parking structure from the pedestrian rail. At the south end of the site, we are suggesting a pop space can be provided, complementing the future pedestrian walkway and providing the retail with opportunity to spill into the street activities. Next came the vertical extrusion of the proposed 38-story tower with setback matching or existing the tall building guidelines. Along the east, actually, they are measuring from 12.7 to 13 meters respectively. The resulting massing, in our opinion, responding to the objective of both the applicant and the municipality. The total GFA of the proposal is currently set about 29,600 square meter, including a 500 square meter of non-residential component at grade. The total number of units will be 415, 11% of which will be dedicated to three-bedroom typology. The vehicular parking will be provided at a reduced rate of 0.2 per unit for a total of 114 car, partially below grade, and the balance of one level below grade and 4 level above in the podium. This is a rendering of the proposal taken from the railway corridor looking west. The 38-story tower height is consistent with the emerging context, with the tallest build form properly set back from the articulated podium that provides for the transition into the adjacent sites. The crash wall along the railway corridor will be fully integrated with the podium structure and will be carefully designed to provide an articulated facade. The upper floor of the podium will house the parking structure and will be designed to allow for a natural ventilation system that will enhance the overall sustainability of the building. The articulated podium level will offer opportunity for green roof, landscaped areas, and private terraces as well. If I can have the ground floor, please. This is the ground floor plan showing the grade-related uses, including retail frontages at the southeast corner of the site, the pop area, and the residential lobby, all contributing to the pedestrian experience and street animation. Compared to the original proposal, we certainly followed the recommendation from city staff. We expanded and actually extruded the retail component beyond the 4-story facade to create a more pronounced frontage onto the future north-south pedestrian connection to the GO station, reduce actually the presence of the lobby, and minimize as much as possible the vehicular access to the site, which is located currently to the north. Loading services on the site are fully internalized and hidden from the public rail, and vehicular access and visitor parking is located to the north to also allow for the proper intersection with the extension of Dawes. I'm going to go to the next level, please, which is the 5th. This is the 5th floor plan. Once we clear the podium, this is a transition floor between the larger podium footprint and the tower floor plate. It's showing how the setback will allow for both private and public landscape terraces in connection with the indoor amenity area overlooking the lake. The outdoor amenity area will exceed the 2 square meter per unit. Next slide, please. We are into the typical floor plan. The typical high-rise floor plan measures approximately 150 square meter, featuring a typical double-loaded corridor with 12 units per floor. The range of the unit varies from 1 bedroom to 3 bedroom, and it's pretty much consistent with a typical high-rise floor plate. The setback from the north is consistent with the tall building guidelines at 12.5. The setback from Dawes, and from actually the easement, we have allowed for an easement for the road widening and the pedestrian connection within our original area. So from the new property line, the setback varies from 3 meters of the tower from the podium to 3 meters to 3.8, while to the east is 12.7 to 13 meters. We're going to go to the next image. These are preliminary elevation. To the south elevation is to the right, and the west elevation facing Dawes Road is to the left. As I mentioned, the design is still in the works, but it's intended to show the transition from the solidity of the crash wall treatment to a more transparent and animated frontage on Dawes. In particular, the exterior treatment of the crash wall and the upper parking level are intended to provide a more articulated and vibrant facade. The freestanding row columns shown on the 5th floor are provided the transition from the podium structure to the high-rise component of the proposal. Next image, please. These are the other 2 elevation. They're not going to be very noticeable. So in particular, the podium level is going to be a 0 lot line on the north and the east. This is a large-scale partial elevation facing Dawes. So this is really the only fully exposed portion of the podium to the public, and potentially a focal point at the end of Dawes for the eastbound traffic. The design challenge would be to discreetly insert the vehicular entrance within this prominent facade while still maintaining a viable access to Dawes. The second challenge would be the transition from the solidity of the south crash wall to a more transparent and pedestrian-friendly street edge. Currently, a series of built forms, layers, if you wish, featuring a variety of materials and scale, are projecting beyond the four-story podium in the attempt to create a softer transition to the street edge and variety within the elevation. The next image, please. This is the partial south elevation featuring the 6-meter crash wall in the lower portion and the additional parking floor just above. The required opening to achieve a natural ventilation system are achieved through a series of horizontal openings. This horizontal motif of the upper podium will be replicated in a similar manner in the lower part of the crash wall, creating a consistent treatment for the south elevation. The required limiting distance for the residential suites from the tracks is achieved by measuring the vertical and horizontal distance from the tower 6th floor all the way from the property line. The next image. This is the content of this image is very similar to the previous one, but is intended to show and highlight the main building elevation and massing, how it's going to be perceived from Dawes Avenue. Again, this is a preliminary rendition again of the massing status to show the build form in the context. The image to the right is showing the approved and under construction, actually 10 Dawes in the background recently approved. And to the north is the Minto proposal as well that is being recently approved. And again, in terms of the scale and the relationship to the massing of the podium, we've been following some of the staff recommendation, and the height and transition has been adjusted accordingly to create a much better transition than the original proposal. Different perspective, again, massing status showing to the left the relationship along Dawes, the short frontage, the extended south frontage to the railway line, and the build form in relation to the recently approved 10 Dawes to the west.
1 minute left, Johnny.
Yes, thank you. Preliminary rendition of the pop area at the southwest corner facing Dawes and the future pedestrian connection to the GO station. The details of the pedestrian connection are still in the works, but we will have an opportunity to coordinate the landscape design and to open up the pub space to the street and possibly create a small but significant public plaza at the south end of Dawes, acting as a gateway to the station. Next image. Just a quick study and showing the extent of the proposed green roof, blue roof, and opportunities at the podium level and on the rooftop of the tower for green initiative and private and public landscape areas, again, suggested in excess of the 2 square meter per unit. And I think, Madam Chair, I'm going to leave that as part of the last slide.
Thank you so much. Panel, 6 minutes for questions. Raise your hands. Heather and then Jim.
Sorry, I lost my mouse there between monitors. Anyway, I'm just wondering, I believe there are residential units on floors 2 to 4, maybe facing north and east. Is that correct? I didn't see that floor plan in the package.
No, but I'm going to ask if you can stop, Brian, sorry, if you can stop on the site plan. So to the north and to the south, the darker gray area that's indicated on the site plan, that's a 5-meter setback above the ground floor. The ground floor is extra height to allow for the loading facility and the vehicular access, but above that level, which is coinciding with the height of the Minto proposal to the north, we're suggesting that along all the east frontage and the north frontage, instead of the original parking, we're going to have residential units facing that 5.5-meter corridor, which will be allowing for light and outdoor terraces.
Okay, so do you have any idea what the overall facing dimension would be on the north and the east then?
The minimum dimension, I believe, from the main to is an additional 5 meter. They are set back considerably as well from that location, so I suggest it will be around 10 meters.
Okay. Okay, great. And then, is there any parkland dedication required on this site?
What we're proposing right now is the pop that I mentioned is 170 square meter pop just to the south. There is a substantial road widening that we're proposing along Dawes to allow for the extension of Dawes and for the pedestrian connection. And there is a 170 square meter of land left to the south side that we're suggesting could be dedicated as a pop.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. And then is there any housing, affordable housing component being contemplated in this project?
I understand that this is an ongoing discussion with city staff. We created an opportunity on the podium actually for the allocation of affordable housing. I don't have the specific numbers with me right now. Again, it's a very early stage, but the topic of conversation is still active with city staff.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Jim?
Just one question. From the site plan, it looks like the bike parking is at the very, very back of the site. Is that correct? And why was that placed there?
You're talking about the access point?
No, I'm talking about the bike storage spaces.
Oh, the bike storage.
They're the very farthest point from Dawes Road, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, the available frontage on this site is really small. And by the time you introduce the vehicular entrance, the minimum required entrance, the small presence of the lobby and the retail, there's not much left in the front. And the program, is really very, very tight. We're also suggesting elevators for servicing the parking structure. Because the ramp is just there's not enough space for the allocation of the ramp. So it was really the result of the priority given to the functional system of the elevator core and the elevator for the parking that suggested that probably that was a good location for the bicycle parking.
Okay, thank you.
Dima?
Maybe linking to that question a bit, I'm trying to understand the functionality of the retail that's being placed at that location and on that street front. Is there an intent for retail? Because that seems to be a much more, especially with the connection to Go Station, there is a potential for having a much more even a bike station from the city at that location that would be more functional. And since the street frontage is so constrained, I'm just trying to understand like the retail, like locating retail in that area.
It's again, there are certain the frontage is very constrained. There's also a mandatory return of the crash wall along the western frontage that reduces even more the frontage available to us. So we took the opportunity and we follow actually some of the recommendation from city staff to maximize the non-residential component of the ground floor. Whether that's a proper retail or something else that could again create animation on that part of the frontage, we try to maximize, taking consideration again that even the residential lobby entrance is being minimized to a very small component of that frontage. I'm going to be happy to, again, we're still in a very early stage. If there is a better location for the bicycle storage, I would be certainly happy to look into it.
And maybe it's a question to the city to understand the need of non-residential uses at that location, or maybe it's an opportunity for the pop to be bigger. I'm just trying to understand how retail will function there.
Mm-hmm.
It's again, it's an attempt to animate the ground floor on a very, very narrow frontage, where the largest opening, to be honest with you, is the vehicular access. And unfortunately, that's the only location that will allow also for a proper maneuvering from Dawes to access the site and properly service the site. So The north portion, I believe, is pretty much locked in. And how we're going to treat that entrance actually is something that is a design challenge, because it's going to be a very prominent, basically entrance to the garage at the end of Dawes Street. So this is something that is going to be under certain consideration in the next stage.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Yeah, so I'm going to ask, so thank you for your presentation, Jenny, and we're going to move on to the consultant presentation for 2721 Danforth Avenue, please.
Hi, I guess that's me. Hi, it's Roland at Raw Design. Am I screen sharing or is staff
No.
going to?
Oh.
Happy to do either way. Either way.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. Find the right window here. Actually, I just have to do the screen and hope that works.
Yeah, we've got it now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you? I think that's my screen you're seeing.
Yep.
So hello. Our application actually preceded some of the work that the panel's currently looking at. Let's go to the second page. We had thought at the time that there would be an interest on the part of the city to see a green connection between Danforth Road and the future public park, the sort of the GO Transit connection to the railway lands at the south end. So you should be seeing that in this axis here. As well, there was language in some of the master planning that had been done amongst the group informally and with city staff that suggested there might be an east-west connection that ran mid-block somehow or other through our site and through the CT Canadian Tire lands to the west of us as well. So we were focused on that at the time we put forward this application. The application is for 2 towers on the site. They're both 750 meters squared. They roughly conform to the tall building guidelines. They're 25 meters separated. The profile of the building along Danforth Road matches our understanding of what a recent application, I believe it's actually approved on the north side of Danforth would look like. I'll come to the heights of that in a minute. But this again, this sketch is also showing this notion of a green corridor or slash park that would take you down to the south and link you up to the GO station and to the future park that's now proposed at that location right there. And a thought about having another connection, again, pedestrian friendly, through the middle of the site here. And this diagram shows what we had thought might be happening on the lands to the east of us. Of course, that's changed somewhat in the last application. Because of this, we had a roughly 5-meter setback on the west side of our site towards where we thought a future park would be occurring. And we had provided a park dedication in the center of our site, which at first one might think is kind of odd, but given this master plan idea, we thought could complete this sort of green pathway or corridor through the entirety of the block. You can see the 2 tower footprints here at 750 with the 25-meter separation. The link between the 2 buildings would occur at the 3rd to 6th floor. So there'd be a double height volume at the bottom of the site. So this is a simple diagram that takes you up through the site. Here's our site, and that's the component where the park's dedication would be occurring in the future. Guest Avenue at the time we came forward was doing this. We now understand it's going to actually run north-south at that location. This just shows you the ground floor of the site with our common amenity areas, the 2 lobbies to the building, which would come off of Guest Avenue to the towers. The floor area along Danforth would be retail. We would have large bike parking areas at grade for both buildings. There's about 300 bikes at grade, either short-term outside the building and then indoors for residents on the ground floor. And there is a component of residential proposed because we thought they would be facing the park at that time. This is also showing that our ramp down to the underground and our Type G loading bay are within the volume of the building, so they're tucked away. And again, this area is quite broad, wide in terms of plan. It's about 8 meters high, maybe more, to allow for the Type G maneuvering, but also to have a reasonable pedestrian domain at the ground floor for people to wander through. Here's the rooftop of the six-story building. You're seeing the footprint here. So we go from 3 to 6 to 9 stories facing the Danforth. So we thought that that was a reasonable residential edge to create an appropriate streetscape facing the Danforth, and also a reasonable eastern frontage for the proposed new park in this location, should it go there. And then you can see the two floor plates of the towers that emerge beyond that. And those are the two towers. And they're set up to follow a 45-degree angle taken from the north side of the lane, north of the Danforth. And then we suggested that something in the range of a 60-degree angle taken from the south portion of the railway lands as they abut the neighborhood to the south side would be appropriate there, because there wouldn't be significant shadow or overlook issues created on that part. And by staying roughly under this 45-degree angle on the north side of our site, that would mitigate any potential shadow issues, certainly onto the public park to the north of us, but also into the neighborhood lands here. And that's what it looks like from the northwest. So again, the 3, 6 to 9, and then I believe it's 20 odd stories and whatever. And then with the 750 floor plate, understanding that staff would have concerns about corner balconies. We hear that quite often. We had suggested a pattern whereby we erode the balconies around the edge of the building to open up those corners and mitigate shadow and overlook issues that would be created by this notion of this sort of curvilinear eroded form around the buildings. And that's what it looks like in context. These are, I believe, are all the current applications to showing how, again, of course, it's missing Canadian Tire property to the west of us, but this notion again of this green corridor that runs through the block we thought was quite interesting. And that would be a view from the Canadian Tire lands to the parkland, showing you the size of the opening, the bridge across the top that encloses the loading bay and the ramp to the underground. We thought that that could still be quite an amenable and attractive pedestrian domain for people crossing mid-block. The bottom of the building is fitted out with masonry with recessed balconies. The upper floors, the tower form, are largely glazed with some sort of threaded glass pattern on the balconies. And that would be a view from the Danforth. So the idea of some kind of pavilion or marker, a reasonable width to the park, because we would be contributing land as well as our neighbor to the west, and hopefully creating a view corridor down towards the railway lands to the south. The building is about just over 1,000 units. It's about 1,000 units, 3 levels of underground parking, because this preceded the new parking bylaw. We'd probably come back and revisit that. We are providing the required amenity space at 2 square meters per unit. The overall heights of the towers are 55 and 35 stories. And I think with that, I'll draw this to a close and open it up.
Thank you. Questions from the panel? Heather. Heather?
Yep, sorry, my unmute button wasn't working. Okay, I'm just wondering, is the parkland dedication that you showed, was it roughly 10%?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
40
Okay.
or 450 odd meters or something, but yes, it's the park
Okay.
required.
Okay. And then Guest Avenue, that right of way, is that a one-way street or?
I believe it's two-way, but I'm fairly certain that the current discussions with staff, not with directly with us, but with the landowners to the east of us, show it as one-way south of this intersection here,
Okay.
I
Okay.
believe.
Okay. And
So sorry, two
yeah.
ways here and then one way here.
Okay. Thank you. And then I was just curious about the long podium and not kind of two towers with a separation. Do you require the podium roof to meet the 2 meters exterior amenity space per suite?
We are using it to meet that number. I would say that there may be other options, but yes,
Okay.
we're using that to meet the 2 square meter.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? No. Okay. Okay, so now with the end, with the close of the questions and the presentation on this fourth application, we are going to take a break or pause the proceedings. We will return. We're going to start promptly at 3:20. So 3:20. Please be back with your cameras on. In the meantime, please mute your computer and turn off your video. Thank you. Hello, everyone. If you're there, if you could please turn on your camera so we know that you're there. Waiting for Aledia and Jim. Okay. Just in the interest of time, we'll get going here. Hello, today is Thursday, October 5th, 2023. This is the City of Toronto Design Review Panel. And today we are looking at Main and Danforth. This is a joint discussion. Welcome back after the break, and thank you for participating. The second half of this meeting is dedicated to a joint discussion of the development activity at Main and Danforth. We are looking at 4 rezoning applications, and the first reviews of 2575 Danforth Avenue, 2681 Danforth Avenue, 8 Dawes Road, and 2721 Danforth Avenue. We have 2 hours and 10 minutes scheduled for panel comments. First, we'll have a discussion of the planning context presentation with no vote taken at the end. This will be followed by a second formal review session. We're going to look at each site. We're going to discuss each site separately and then do a vote for each proposal at the end of all that discussion. 20 minutes have been scheduled for the first round of panel comments on the context and overall site, and 1 hour and 20 minutes have been scheduled for the second round of panel comments on the rezoning proposals. The session is being live streamed on YouTube and is also being recorded. The recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. I'm now going to take a roll call. When I call your name, please confirm that you are here participating in the review and that you have no conflicts with any of the projects. Dima Cook.
There's no conflict.
Jim Goff.
Present and no conflict.
Paul Kulig.
Present, no conflict.
Heather Rolston.
Here and no conflict.
Aledia Smoke.
Here, no conflict.
Super, thank you so much. Okay, quick recap of the key information for the context presentation. This is a well-supported area from a transit perspective. Both the GO and TTC stations are here. Subject to OPA 478, the Main Street Planning Study area. This area includes employment priority area, 3 character areas, and we are looking at 7 landowners in this area here. We are going to enter into panel discussion on this. We have 20 minutes for it. There are 5 of you commenting today, so please limit your comments to 3.5 minutes each, allowing for a little bit of overflow if necessary. Following that, I will make brief closing comments on context. We're going to go in this order: Dima, Jim, Paul, Heather, and Aledia. So Dima, if you could get us started.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for the presentation. I realize this is an unusual way of doing the panel, but also an amazing opportunity to have all these projects presented at once and in context. I'm going to admit I'm a bit disappointed in a way that some of the ZBA ones are not subject to comment and review anymore. because particularly the one at 6 Dawes is such a crucial transition and border and boundary for this area. This area is really based, the density here that's being proposed is very much based on access to transit. And yet in the proposals, I think there's the question of how one actually improves and accesses transit, both to TTC and to GO, that I think in all cases need to be improved. And this is not just from within the projects, but within the city's public realm and sidewalk. And I think some of this is very much in the city ball court, not just in the developers' ball courts. There is also the question along Danforth and Main Street in this area of width of sidewalks, which I don't think are really being addressed properly in any of the proponent plans. There's already a heavy pedestrian load in this area, given the towers that already exist there, and it's going to be increased substantially by the development. And yet the attention given to street frontage and the public realm at the street, particularly at Danforth, seems to be relatively minimal. And I would encourage all proponents to actually consider that a bit more in detail and a bit more seriously. It was mentioned, I'm not sure if it was now or earlier, but the particular character of Danforth, which is very much formed of very narrow lot lines. And each of those properties and lots have their own architecture style and sort of are their own articulations. And that is very particular of sort of the development and the rhythm of Danforth. And trying to find that expression or maintaining that expression on the south side of the street of this development zone, I think would be beneficial, particularly looking at the Canadian Tire one. The existing development is a big hole in the Danforth progression and in the urban design, like in the urban flow of the city and the street wall flow. So finding an opportunity of improving that condition is good, but reinstating it with something that is quite monolithic, I think, is a challenge from that end. So from a street realm perspective, given the density that's being proposed on these sites, I do think there's a lot more work to be done in connections north towards Main, south towards the GO. And I would actually also ask the city to look more closely at how the intersection at Main and Danforth works. The way the buses work in that area, there's a lot of people having to run across streets to catch buses in a way that is sometimes dangerous, even if it's in its existing condition. It may be worthwhile reconsidering that whole intersection as completely, which I don't see as part of the discussions at all. Like currently it's not at its safest, and this is going to make things considerably more problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a clarification from Julie that the SPA projects can receive comments today. So please don't feel restricted by that.
Okay.
If I could
Sorry,
ask,
can I just add something then in that context? Like the one at 6 Dawes, it really is a wall, and I'm trying to understand, like, it is a wall that is in its architectural expression pretty out of place in the context of this neighborhood. The towers are very just the orientation of the buildings and the expression of the towers really do create quite a stark monolithic wall, and the great visibility of those buildings, especially coming up Main across, like from Gerard up Main across, there's the park on the other side. I would hope that in further development of those towers, they are softened, I would say, and there's more articulation being given, because at the moment it seems like a wall has been erected between the north part of this district and the south part of this district by that development. That's it. Thank you.
thank you. And before we go to Jim, if I could ask anybody, please send messages to me if necessary through the chat. It's difficult to watch multiple devices. Jim, if we could go to you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the presentations. I do support Dima's comments wholeheartedly, so I'll try not to repeat them. I do think from a transportation perspective, there really isn't what I would see as a workable vision right now. There's a number of considerations in that. For example, just on a numeric basis, we're talking 7,600 units. So, you know, at a roughly 20% modal split, which may be optimistic here, you're talking adding 700 to 800 vehicles in the peak period, probably. So I don't see how they can really fit onto the network. It's a pretty small network, and we're forcing everyone basically through Danforth Avenue in some way. You know, they've got to come off at Dawes or Guest or the New Street or wherever, but everyone's got to be pushed onto Danforth at some point. And as Dima said, you know, I don't see any integrated improvements proposed for either the subway station or very little for the GO station. You've got a one-way subway, a one-entrance subway station, which is accessed by a very narrow sidewalk on Main Street. And again, you're talking huge numbers of people going up there throughout the day, really, crossing Main Street. So I think that's going to be a real challenge. And you've also got heavy loadings that will be going to the GO station and onto the streetcar as well. So, you know, the plan needs to have a real emphasis, a real priority on what can be done to those facilities to make them accommodate the numbers of people that are being planned through all of these developments, which, you know, to me seems like a very dense forest of condos. And with no east-west connectivity through the site, I think that's another challenge as well. There's no permeability. So essentially, these are like three isolated fingers of development pushing everyone up towards Danforth. And there's no way to create an integrated community east-west through these sites. Everyone is just moving in that one direction, which I don't think is logically what people will want to do when, you know, when there's retail planned or other uses that people want to access on these streets, including the community center and things like that. So I do recognize that the city is proposing a transportation planning study, and I think that is most definitely needed before planning for this area can really advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you to the chair. I mean, similar to Dima and Jeff, I'm kind of struggling with, sorry, Jim, struggling to understand how these elements come together. And there are a couple key sort of points in my mind where that really falls apart. And so I think Jim talked about the GO station access, especially at the Main Street entrance, and then at the bottom of Dawes, where you'd think there'd be the most sort of celebrated entrances, and yet on Main Street they're squeezed between a kind of arcade and an ascending bridge embankment structure with what was an accessible path now turned into an inaccessible stair to a GO station that's not clear as to its future. And then on the other end, it's not clear whatsoever, right? It sort of simply peters out into, you know, the GO lands beyond with some limited frontages around the edges. The other one that really struck me is the boundary or the complete apparent lack of coordination between 2681 and 2721 from a network perspective, but also from a kind of just fundamental vision perspective. One presents a boundary condition that's a zero lot line that is of one kind of urban type, and then the other side, we've got a kind of assumed vertical or north-south green space, and there's zero coordination between those two, and they're completely at odds with each other. Other elements show extensions of Guest Avenue, abandoned parts of Guest Avenue. It's not clear to me which takes precedence over which, and how these come together. You know, one shows a preference for an east-west park, another shows a north-south park, and stitching those, you know, so that coordination between those two is absolutely fundamental. And then I think Dima touched on the sort of third point for me that stands out is the presence along Danforth, and not that it necessarily needs to respect a kind of heritage condition, but I mean, right now we've got a kind of expression of very kind of expressionistic arches in one building that then follows by a hard commercial glass kind of expression of corporate architecture, which then turns into a kind of residential wavy podium, one after another and completely unrelated to what's happening across the street. And at the very least, I think formally stitching those together is critical from an urban perspective, but also presenting a similar fine-grained expression of the retail that I simply don't see at the moment with the kind of the Canadian Tire frontage and then the others in a kind of a mixed way. So finding some way to take advantage of the fact that you've already moved the big box up to the second level and then reserving some of that ground floor like you've done in other places. I forget the Canadian Tire on Dundas at Bay, for example, and finding ways to introduce some of those other uses that maybe reflect the kind of rhythm, scale, and tenor, but also the needs of the, whatever it is, 14,000 residents that'll come here. So for me, it's about network and then the kind of gateways, corners, and thresholds into this greater whole, and then the coordination between them that especially at 2681 to 2721 needs desperate work.
Thank you, Heather.
Yep, thank you. I have trouble sort of seeing this area as proposed in its various parts holding together as a district. And what I really appreciated was the kind of original planning that was presented in the planning context document, where there was a kind of central park, a very strong idea about a central park, and then a linear park that links you back out to the public realm. And the fact that the central park was centrally located, I think is a very strong gesture that I think should be reconsidered. I don't agree that two smaller parks located right on Danforth and one right at the corner of Danforth and Main with that would be surrounded by two very high and large slab apartment buildings that would cause the smaller park to be in shadow for most of the time are going to be successful. So I would strongly consider a relook at that. I also am agreeing with some of Jim's comments and observations so far. I really feel like there needs to be the introduction of an east-west road through this district. And I think there's a very clear opportunity along the southern property line of the lands at 2575 to be able to extend out onto Main Street. And I think this should actually be, if there's a, you know, if we were to entertain that as an idea, I would prioritize that use of land over the park at the corner. I also think the fact that a community center is usually at the heart of a community and that parks and housing are often planned around that and in complement to it is a very huge missed opportunity at this point. And it's really saying to me that the planning of this whole district is kind of cart before the horse at this point. So it's super disappointing to hear that. I think we're all recognizing that this is a transit-oriented development with capital letters. It's surrounded by transit. And I agree with others that there is just not enough pedestrian movement east-west or diagonally up to the corner of Main and Danforth, and that the sites are just not communicating well enough with each other to allow for this very, very important pedestrian movement. Thank you.
Aladia.
Thanks everyone for your comments so far. I think they're really salient points. Of course, everybody wants this new town, effectively a mid-sized Canadian town, to function optimally and be a really good place for people to live. For any other town in Canada, we would see an entity that is planning for the town. So how is it possible for a private individual proponent to cooperate on elements that will lead to that success that we're all hoping for? Can the private proponents create a cooperative entity to address amenities that will benefit the redevelopment as a whole? Perhaps these entities could consider proportional membership and establishing a centralized entity that looks at those shared amenities. Maybe that entity could look at proportional financial support from the individual entities, form a commitment to implementation, and consolidate design thought and effort by all the proponents working in tandem. So while City of Toronto has already created workshop opportunities that bring the disparate individual private proponents together, I think it's up to the private proponents to make sure that this entity exists and functions. Any other town in Canada would have a planning department for development such as this. And I think what we're seeing is that lack of coherent and cohesive and cooperative thought that will lead to these successes. Some of my thoughts about examples of shared goals for this very large-scale development would be a rigorous plan for listening to the expertise and insights of existing residents and community members, leaders, and entities that are doing work in the Dawes Road neighborhood, making these results available to all of the design teams. This expertise from the community is something that I do see lacking in all of these developments. It's clear that the designers don't have access to that expertise, and it's hindering their efforts to make good public space and making available amenities that this new town will require. So we need to establish a protocol that can measure success in the development, design, and programming response to what is heard from these community experts. What's missing from the neighborhood now? What is working well in the neighborhood and needs to be retained and perhaps replicated or augmented in these developments? We did a comparatively tiny little development, Dawes Road Library, 20,000 square foot, and we had a very comprehensive community engagement plan that we initiated and followed very rigorously. I'm not seeing similar efforts happen here. I heard about one single community public meeting that was mandated as part of the formal process for site plan approval. That's simply not enough. We need more than that to give those designers what they need to make this place a success. Some other elements that other design review panel members have already mentioned, I will reiterate: the GO Transit Station, the TTC station, active transportation, optimized connectivity, enhanced perception of safety for people using those facilities, address the experiential aspect of using and accessing transit, including a dedicated commitment to universal accessibility as an approach to design. Stairs are simply not acceptable. Community-centered design thinking. How can the proponents cooperate to ensure that the community amenities are located in size to provide the in-demand services for this neighborhood, and that will serve residents of the new developments and the neighborhood at large? This is the responsibility of these private proponents. How do we make that happen? Strongly recommend that the coherent, interconnected parkways are considered together with strategic revegetation using native species that will support animal and pollinator habitats. This will result in enhanced human health and experiential qualities for this new town. Sustainability measures are critical to our survival as a species. These projects taken together represent a sufficient scale that innovative measures are quite feasible if they're undertaken collaboratively. I've heard nothing about the sustainability goals of these developments taken separately. In tandem, huge possibilities emerge pertaining to food security, renewable energy, district heating and cooling approach, passive solar orientation, privileging daylight to adjacent and internal public realm areas, views and view sheds, and energy use optimization, including strategically placed opaque walls, solar shading, site cooling through wind and ventilation analysis, and on-site water reduction and rainwater reuse. I would just offer a pep talk to the designers and a strong recommendation to the private developers to support their designers to do the following things pertaining to Indigenous planning principles. How are we supporting our forward generations of children, youth, adults, and elders in this development? How will we address our 4 aspects of health: spiritual, physical, mental, and intellectual? How are we planning for our 7th generation, referencing the 3-strand braid of reality, where we are deliberately and consciously planning for who and where we want to be in the future, the needs of the present, learning from and actively responding to the lessons of the past? How are we living up to our kinship responsibilities to actively support and regenerate the systems of life that we rely on for survival? Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. I'm going to make a brief closing comments here, although I will say that some of what I'm going to say in this applies to the entire session today. And so forgive me for that. We very much appreciate that the projects that you've brought, not in the context piece, but in the projects that you all have presented to us today are in their early stages. I mean, we'll say we can only comment on what's before us, so you'll understand our comments in that context. It is clear, and some of the proponents have made this point themselves, that time and much deeper study is required. I do think it's a marvelous opportunity for us to look at the larger development. We don't often get the chance to do that, and I will say that I think that that's actually a problem, because it's only really when we are able to look at a larger context that we can understand fully the impacts of some of these developments. We know that we are such a rapidly growing city. We also know that it's a city in which approvals can take a long time, and construction can take a long time as well. But we know that, you know, and perhaps what we're seeing today really highlights this rapid growth of our city in a different way from the way we typically see it at panel. But at issue here today is creating a beautiful, functional, and humane new city district. A lady used the word town, I mean, because it's equivalent to the size of a town, but we need to take a moment. We all are taking a moment to pause on that and to think about the massive undertaking that this is. And so what we know is that to the end, to this end of creating a new city district, there are so many things that are critical. And so the ones that I'll highlight here are the ones that have been brought up in this part of the session. There are others, of course, but these are the highlights. 1, the public realm and its development, the creation of a humane, critical public realm is critical. It would seem at this stage in the game, and also considering those that have already gone to SPA, that the attention given to creating a coherent public realm at this stage has been minimal, and to some degree alarming given the scale of the redevelopment of this area. Panel members have noted the inadequate attention to safety and accessibility throughout and between the various sites. And access to transit, which is resolutely inadequate. The road network needs to be much more deeply studied, and the pedestrian environment as part of the public realm, but just the pedestrian environment as a subset of the public realm needs to be much more deeply studied, and specifically its layout. And finally, and a final point, that there seems to be no coherent vision and a complete lack of coordination between the proposals. And in that vein, an incoherent architectural expression across what we're seeing today. So what all that does is underline that a central cooperative planning and visioning effort and exercise is required. This is the time to do it. And it must be one that consults the community and its expertise. and promotes and prioritizes sustainability and water management. With that, there's no vote on the context as earlier indicated, and so what we're going to do is move into panel discussion of these ZBAs, the 4 projects that we saw today. I'm going to just recap some of the key info there, and then we'll move into the panel discussion. There are over 7,600 units proposed between these 4 applications. Some of them, there are some existing towers on the site, and then others are the additional buildings are a combination of mid-rise and towers and retail and other accessories or other amenities. There are a lot of vehicular and circulation and roads throughout the site, things that we want to be taking a close look at through this process. And from the public realm perspective, pedestrian and connectivity and accessibility issues, including lack of mid-block connections, some shadow issues to discuss, and conflicts between the proposed and adjacent massing and uses. There are some separation distance issues that have been noted, and ones of architectural expression as well. So with that summary, or key info that we've gleaned at this point, let's move into the panel discussion. Now we're going to have 20 minutes for each project, and then we will move into that. We'll do a vote at the very end for all of them. But what I'd like to do is actually just do each project on its own. So panel members, if you could do that, please. You can, each panel member, when it's your turn, please speak to all 4 projects, but just keep it chunked into 4. And then I will do a review of each project, a summary of each project at the very end of all of that. I think that might be the best way to do it. So we'll go in the same order. Now I've lost the order. We're going to go in the same order that we did before. Dima, Jim, Paul, Heather, and Eladia. And as we have 80 minutes for that, but that I think includes some of the commentary. If you could all please limit yourselves. Oh, geez. I got to do the math on it. 80 divided by.
Madam Chair, could I
Yes.
ask a question?
You can.
I'm just wondering, was that the intent for us to vote on all of the projects at once?
I don't
'Cause I'm
believe so,
just
no.
wondering if we all comment, if you go around the table like we do normally for one project, and we have 20 minutes to do that, and we vote on that one, then we all comment on the second one, then we vote the third one, then we vote.
We can do that. We can do that.
I don't
You're
know.
right. Let's
Yeah.
do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
So if you can all take 3 minutes for each project, we'll start with 2575 Danforth Avenue, and then we'll go from there. So Dima, if you could lead off, please.
Thank you. This site is a very interesting site because it was the only, for the very long time, it was the only high-rise site in anywhere in this area. Now there's another building across the street. But despite being a real anomaly in the urban scape of the neighborhood, it wasn't, it sort of worked because it had a few things that it considered. One was having kind of some breathing room along Main and Danforth so that the buildings were not right against the street and not sort of the street wall relationships were sort of respected. And having that breathing room also into space that is very, very actively used. And it certainly helps with the congestion transitions along Main and Danforth for public transit. The other thing, and sort of in the characteristics of the buildings that really helped it, help them sort of not be sort of such a sore thumb in the neighborhood, were this 2-story or low podium conditions that really fit in the overall street walls, as well as the very deep setting of the tall buildings. Like they are not right up against the street and not very close to the street at all. They're quite set back from the street front. And the last, I would argue in some sense, is the kind of very somber architecture that's extremely simple and not screaming to sort of being paid too much attention to. It has sort of that functionality of those traditional slab buildings. And the sort of materiality that also fits into a more residential context. And I'm just wondering whether, in looking at these new developments, even if there are going to be more height in this neighborhood, some of that breathing room could be also brought to the fore for some of the developments, particularly revisiting in this project the setbacks or step backs from Danforth to actually give the sidewalk more room to allow for more greenery and vegetation along the sidewalk, and to sort of help that street wall relationship that now it's going to be fairly off balance between the very low scale on the north and these much more substantial developments on the south. And the other thing is sort of the architectural expressions of the buildings. And while I appreciate the sort of study in terms of the classical, division, tripartite division of buildings, I think the difference or the element that works with having a base, a top, and a middle and a top is that even though the architectural expression of base, middle, and top can be radically different, there is a palette of materials and a palette of color that kind of unites it. So there is wild variety, but within the same material palette. And I'm wondering whether that would also be potentially of benefit for the project to kind of have a more unified material palette and expression, because at the moment it's not so much a tripartite expression. It's, piling of completely different elements, one on top of the other, which I think in the context of the neighborhood is maybe a bit more exuberant. I mean, just in terms of how things fit in, having something that at the end everything provides with all the other buildings around, a neighborhood identity. The arcades are a very interesting idea. I think I'm challenged a bit by their geometry and by the cut-off ends of them, because it feels that they are cut off. So, I think there is something, not, having a covered part of the sidewalk and that sort of relationship and with retail can work. I'm not sure it's needed, and I'm wondering whether or whether it hides the retail too much. There's a real opportunity here of having creating more expressive retail. So if the idea is to divide the facades at grade, to have those divisions, and within those divisions to allow for a stronger retail expression, I think one of the dangers of especially in this neighborhood, of having a traditional sort of plate glass condo retail base is that it does sort of kill the street by being this uniform wall. And as much as we like to pretend glass is transparent, it really isn't. When you're walking along the street wall, it does end up being this more obscure expression. And in terms of the overall site plan, I would agree with the city. There seems to be a lot of paving and not enough green. And given the size of the site, questions of water, of greenery, of there needs to be a sustainability layer on this project. That really has to do with how the ground plane as well is being addressed, which I think is worth reviewing. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, and if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes, that would be great.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. I certainly agree with a lot of what Jim is saying again. And I think from my perspective, I'm mostly looking at this as sort of a pedestrian, I think. And to my mind, adding all these buildings around the periphery, I think it's good that they add kind of animation to the street front, but they're also, I think, creating this kind of very large, impenetrable block, which I don't think is going to be very legible for pedestrians or for cyclists for that matter. I can't see cyclists trying to ride through this area. You know, they're going to be pushed to the periphery over what is quite a large block. So, you know, I think that's a question in my mind of whether this is going to function. And I recognize you've got that pedestrian path proposed from the main Danforth intersection down to the GO station. I just hope that's very clearly articulated to people as being that route. Maybe it needs to be enhanced through signage or a particular kind of paving or something to make it clear for pedestrians that that is enhancing that access, so they're not kind of funneled through the very narrow sidewalks on Main Street. But I also agree with Dima about the concern regarding the amount of hard surface area, and especially when you combine that with those raised planter beds. I don't think that's really putting that sustainability lens on this development. Those planter beds, in my experience, tend to be kind of useless. They're sort of mini dog parks. People pick up their little dachshunds, put them in there to relieve themselves, and they're not really used for anything else. You know, it's great that you got some trees proposed, but I think I would like to see something that is more integrated with the actual use of the space in terms of the green space that there is, which I think should be really enhanced and expanded. And finally, again, removing that ramp to the GO station, I think would be a big negative in terms of accessibility. And I recognize you're in conversations with Metrolinx about that. So I would hope that there are ways to maintain some kind of ramp connection on Main Street, as well as providing other enhanced connections through the south side of your development. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Yep, very briefly, I'll just echo the comments from the last two panel members and city's urban design team around the need to kind of reduce the amount of vehicular kind of circulation within the site. I think you mentioned that you've already committed to taking the garbage and some of the loading underground. So let's use that to then liberate as much of that ground plane as possible for pedestrian, but ultimately green spaces. And same with some of the pedestrian spaces, they're very heavily hard surfaced. I'd like to talk a little bit about the kind of arcades as an element. I find them, realize it's sort of early days, but they're a little confusing to me, and also just very how do I put this? I see them as the first thing to get VC'd out, so I find them hard to believe, and I don't know how seriously we should be taking them. In some instances, they're literally arcades where there's a building above and they're integrated in the structure and maybe have a much more functional purpose, and I can kind of see that. But in other instances where they're 4 or 5 stories kind of applied decoration, or in the cases, I believe on the northeast corner where it's the kind of white material underside, these kind of sculptural expressions that are too high to provide ground cover and not necessarily functional are I think harder to believe, and I'm kind of at a loss as to their role within this as far as both either aesthetic or functional. I also find them problematic on the edges on the Main Street facade, where you've got the sort of broken arches framing either side of the driveways. If that's meant to be a public sort of pops in the middle, they're very much acting as sort of gateways that signal this is a private space and you're not welcome to come in here. And so I think there's a bit of clarification on their impact on what's otherwise a relatively open ground floor plan. And then lastly, I'll just say I have a feeling that there's some of these elements are just a little tight when you move up into the kind of towers, and I'm really concerned. Especially, I think it's the building on the southwest corner has a 10-story kind of a podium piece that wraps around it. It appears to be very, very close to the existing adjacent slab building, the existing one. It's also in the shadow of the, I believe, 6 Dawes Road wall building. And so what you're just going to get is sort of 3 buildings in quick succession, one after the other, with very little privacy, very little access to sunlight. And so are there a few opportunities to kind of liberate some of those podium elements, think a little bit more about what people will see out of their windows in both the existing and the new buildings, and bring a little bit of light and levity to the podium levels, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather.
Thank you. Firstly, I think this site, I would just like to say, I think should require a huge parkland contribution, which is currently not shown. I agree with a lot of the comments that the buildings feel like islands in a very hardscaped environment with small moments carved out for use, like the outdoor play associated with the daycare. There's definitely not enough central green. I had the same comment as Jim about the kind of pet relief and these raised planters, exactly the same experience. So I don't find them to be very effective. To repeat a couple of the general comments that I made, I really do think that there's an opportunity for a road along the southern property line of this particular parcel. I know there's a 5-meter grade to navigate, but a new road might be the exact sort of device needed to navigate that. And I really strongly think it should be considered, and it's very difficult to, I think, plan the site without any consideration for where a future community center would be located, given that this is the largest piece of property in this emerging reconsidered district. I agree with Dima about the base middle top. I don't think it really applies to your overall vision here. It's more like a kind of stacked boxes typology by your own admission, with the kind of upper and lower top. And the language of kind of thick bands in there doesn't really mesh with that idea. I agree with Paul and others that the arches feel very very shallow and simply like facade treatments, and I'm not sure they're having the desired effect. The kind of brick datum that is being proposed for the new buildings matching the existing, I think is not actually successful in this case. I would urge you to look at some of the images, like on page 17. In this case, I think there would be the kind of reverse argument for that brick datum to be broken by other materials in the new buildings proposed, because it's really feeling like a kind of wall of sameness and brick. So I would encourage a relook at that. I do think there should be an open space at the corner of Main and Danforth. I think it should be in the form of a plaza or a POPs, not a park. And it's great to hear that you're working with the city to try and reduce the vehicular movement across the center of the site, and this should be helpful in an effort to sort of accommodate more green. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Eladia.
I'm going to try and keep my comments short. I'm having some challenges with reading the key plan in concert with the views, and I think it's because we've got some coherency issues pertaining to the pedestrian pathways. I think there has to be, I guess, echoing some of what's already been said, it has to be really clear how you're getting through this development to get where you're going. And I don't think it is yet. We have with the existing buildings, sort of terminating some of those view sheds prematurely. For instance, the intended diagonal path through the site terminates at an existing building, which sort of reduces the possibility of coherence for accessing those GO transit hubs. There does seem to be sort of a natural 3-point hub, even if you look at your significant pedestrian routes in the bright pink. I think there's sort of 3 points of access that need to be anticipated there. And then, however, those 3 points of access do terminate at that 6 Dawes building, which it's unfortunately we're not looking at that in more detail right now, because I'm just really not sure. With the views from the south, it sure looks like you've developed this sort of plaza with gradated massing opening up to sort of like a central plaza. But you've shown that, if I'm reading this correctly, completely flat, where 6 Dawes would be a wall of building. So I wonder if I could ask all of the proponents to be really rigorous in absence of yet creating this collaborative entity, which I really, really recommend you do, a collaborative entity to undertake some of these initiatives that would benefit all of your developments, and maybe be a clearinghouse to provide updates to all of the team members as the design is refined, so that you can do some collaborative design work, to integrate your team's efforts so that you're having the maximum impact with what will end up to be a very probably limited budget, limited ability to, to sort of like pool resources, as it were. So like, this is an example, the view from the south, of like just not showing other buildings. So I wonder if like the proponents could challenge themselves to rigorously update their renderings, their views, their drawing sets to include the context of the other building. Even that move would help immensely. So we're not seeing floating plans with white beyond the property line, because that's not going to be the reality here. And when you show the renderings, like show those other buildings rigorously, because yeah, that view from the south, I'm just not sure what you're up to there. Maybe I'm not reading it right, but it sure looks like you've done a ton of effort to make this beautiful public space, and it's just going to be facing a wall of building, 6 Dawes to the south, and just throwing that in perpetual shade. So just that's one example of being rigorous with how we're taking into account what others are doing that's outside of our control. That's my comments thus far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am going to do the 5 points of consensus, and then Leanne, if you could get the vote ready for this one, that would be grateful. So 5 points of consensus from the discussion. Re-examine the site plan and building layout, which is to say the building layout. The buildings at the perimeter make for an impenetrable interior. As part of that, consider step backs from Danforth to improve street level condition. 2, there is agreement generally at the panel that there's too much paving and road and not enough green as proposed at the moment. Panel encourages you to re-examine and reduce the vehicular circulation on site. The green area should be generous and consolidated and create coherent and humane pedestrian circulation that considers its context, not only that of the context of the site itself, but that beyond the site. The current site plan does not do this. For architectural expression, consider simplifying the material palette to unify the overall composition of the project or the development. Revisit the arcades, as they don't seem to work with the massing and program. And point number 5, accessibility. Lots of concern around the ramp, the removal of the ramp and its replacement with a stair at the southwest corner of the site. Paneling, while we realize we don't understand all the things that are under discussion at the moment, we do really encourage a re-examination of this particular direction. as it's highly problematic. Leanne, if you could introduce the vote, please.
So the vote is intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion and an indication of how well the project advances the panel's mandate of promoting design excellence. Support means that the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should continue in the proposed direction and include refinements that were recommended during the review. This option can be made with key conditions if so desired by the panel. Non-support means that the project does not meet the fundamental design excellence objectives. The panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussion.
Thank you. Right. Is there any panel members who wish to propose a condition that would be made a condition to a vote of support? Paul, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, Chair. I'm on the fence of supporting, provided we could get some kind of condition around the connection to the GO station through some kind of accessible connection, whether it's a ramp or elevator or other. The resolution of circulation, which seems to be some willingness and discussions with urban design already. And then I don't know if how others feel about the park, but I think at the very least those two for me would be required to get a support.
I mean, typically, Paul, I think we attach one sort of succinct condition to it. If it goes beyond that, then I think you might consider a different vote.
Being generous.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, well, is there anybody who would,
I hear you.
Suggest that we try to limit the condition on this. So is there one that, would you like to reduce it, or would you have an alternate proposal, I guess I'm asking?
No, I think I'm at 2.5 conditions. So I think I see where this is going.
Okay. So I don't see, thank you, Paul. I don't see any other hands raised. So I think what I will do is do a roll call, and if you could let me know your vote when I call your name. Dima Cook.
Non-support.
Jim Goff.
Non-support.
Paul Kulig.
Non-support.
Heather Rolston.
Non-support.
Heather, you're muted if you're.
Non-support.
Heather.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Aladia.
Non-support.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the proponents for bringing this project to panel today. We look forward to seeing it as it develops in the future. We are going to, sorry. Okay. At this point, we will move on to discussion of 2681 Danforth Avenue. We'll go in the same order: Dima, Jim, Paul, Heather, and Aladia. And if I could ask you to please keep your comments to 3 minutes, that would be appreciated. Dima.
Thank you. I think Paul mentioned this in the questions, but I think what strikes me with this development is sort of its scale on the street wall scale, but also sort of its overall massing, particularly of the podium building. And I would certainly encourage the proponents to move the Canadian Tire retail to upper floors. Like there are precedents of that, including one in Lakeshore that's right down the street, and free up the ground floor planes to more smaller retail and more smaller functions that would allow for a bigger articulation or more articulation of sort of the massing of the building and the expression at the street front. And I'm also, one of the challenges, I guess, with putting residential on top of a big box store is the dark hole at the beginning in the center of the development. The tower doesn't seem to really overlap that hole, so I'm wondering if there is actually an opportunity to just cut it out and have something where natural light can be brought into the middle of the building. And then some amenities or some other functional spaces that serve the residents can be then placed there. It's a very large floor print that's sort of now an isolated island. It also makes for perhaps an uncomfortable corridor loop around where it's only loaded one side with residential. I do also, I get question at the ground floor, the relationship between the residential entrance and all the loading docks. This building, I think, could benefit from maybe moving the residential entrance to Danforth or somewhere that's away from loading. I think that's a real challenge to have that juxtaposition given the truck sizes and the amount of trucks, traffic that will be going back and forth in that area. And then I guess finally then the park location, having it along Linyard Park at the south end of the site, it really does relegate it to a sort of a dark residual space. I do wonder whether with the development to the south how much light it would have, and this does seem to be a good opportunity for actually having a central park. Looking at the development right to the west that we just looked at, there is a big parking lot there across. I mean, is there an opportunity to have a park there and a park across at the Canadian Tire site to sort of compound or conjoin those two currently empty spaces to create a more centralized green space that can be more functional and more usable. And just to conclude sort of the junction of the wall to the east, I think it's a real challenge with the development to the east. I mean, which obviously, can't work with the residential looking on the wall, but if there was a way to sort of move those big box functions to higher floors, then maybe there's also an opportunity to actually give a bit more breathing room around the site as a whole. And just finally, just in terms of the tower expressions, I'm a bit wary of creating that kind of wall expression that does sort of bound Danforth too much and does create shadows. I think that's the quality of light on Danforth, I think, is very important, and all these projects should be really taking that into consideration in their tower orientation. So thank you.
Thank you. Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks again for the presentation. I won't repeat a lot of what Dima says, but as always, I pretty much agree with her. As far as I can relate to the transportation elements of what she's talking about. So I do think this site, to go back to my original theme of permeability, is just really kind of further blocking east-west permeability. It feels very overwhelming on the site and very impermeable. So I think finding ways to allow more east-west flow would actually help in creating more of a community here between Danforth and the rail corridor, as opposed to just these kind of isolated slivers of development which don't really relate to each other. And they're big slivers, by the way. And I would also go back to, I think, what another panelist said regarding the importance of community needs. I'm not sure this kind of linear park is what's needed here, either for existing or potential residents of the area. And I say that from many perspectives. The images look very sterile, and I realize those are very preliminary. But again, I think this is the opportunity to put a real sustainability lens on this. How could this be a showcase area for some green ideas, some bioswales, extensive support for pollinators, a whole range of things. It's time that we all kind of put more emphasis on trying to fight the climate catastrophe that we're all chasing. And we need to really think about that and try to work that into the developments that are going on in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Yeah, I'm echo what Jim and Dima said and focus on the park itself. I think the park as shown is I'll just say it, untenable, unrealistic, and does not contribute to a broader network and relocation of that park, whether it's as the city has shown on the corner in some of its sketches or the adjacent applicant has shown as a north-south connection. I think something there, moving the park will unlock a number of other issues that we have. One being the kind of lack of east-west connections, and I think that's where the city's sketches tried to go. And for me, it's also, I think we got to find a way to move some of that loading further south, and perhaps moving the park out of the way allows you to do that, and thereby liberating some of the retail along the Danforth frontage to more kind of traditional, 20-foot by 100-foot long, deep things, and then keeping the big box up on the second floor. I'm just going to stop there because I think others will have much else to say, but I think moving the park is the fundamental piece here.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with all of the comments that have been made so far. And I'll just underscore some of them. I do agree that the kind of service laneway and loading associated with the main building drop-off is trying to just do too much, and that the lobby of the North Tower actually feels like it's part of the loading dock. I also think this very large and tall space that's being, I think, labeled as a pedestrian mid-block connection feels very uncomfortable and vehicularly oriented. So I really would encourage a kind of delinking of those pedestrian spaces from the service and loading, and noting that the kind of the Canadian Tire function of when you get your car repaired and tires changed is all going into the parking level. I think this will be a very very busy area, so I would encourage a further study there. I think Dima had an excellent point about the kind of landlocked, very deep space that's noted in the podium plans that has no natural light. I would highly encourage the label of common area to come off of that zone. It could be fine for storage or lockers, but to be able to get natural light in there would be great. With respect to the architectural expression, I asked a question and heard back that it was early days, but if there are aspirations for precast elements in the form of balconies or bay windows, I would definitely support that, and any other sustainable construction strategies. So that would be great if that were considered. And then I would also say that the setbacks on the east side at the second floor and above are very minimal, and that looking at this project with consideration to what is being proposed to the east, there's a kind of dark canyon-like space that results there, and there are people's terraces there facing conditions. I think all of that is very, very challenged and should be reconsidered. And I also think that the towers themselves being oriented in a kind of east-west direction results in a kind of shadow impact that is a kind of combined and at its maximum. And I believe in together with the city's made some suggestions about maybe looking at repositioning the towers so that the shadow impacts of them are overlapping, so that the combined shadow impact is minimized. So I would support those additional studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Eladia.
Thank you for the presentations, and thank you other panelists for your really salient points. I agree with all of them. for this project, I appreciate some of the efforts that have been made to think about massing and facade expression. However, I think you would be better able to optimize the impact of those expressions if it were to directly respond to the sun, climate considerations, strategically placing opaque walls in places where it'll enhance energy efficiencies, and really thinking about how these two buildings act in concert with the upcoming context. So there's been great efforts to analyze the existing context, but unfortunately very few efforts to anticipate and respond to the emerging context. So we see a little hint of the development at 2721 Danforth, but no response to it. That dark canyon is very profound that's being created there, and just doesn't seem feasible. And conversely, we see none of the impacts represented for 2575 Danforth, which of course have huge effects on this development, in particular that South Park that's been mentioned repeatedly. So again, I would challenge all of these developers to support their consultants to work in tandem. Dedicate funds to this, please. It is in the interest of the success of your project. I will call out these developers by name, please. Talisker, Canadian Tire, Tri-Metro, Marlin Spring, Minto, Fitzrovia, please. Develop a collaborative entity so your consultants can work in tandem and not work at cross purposes to each other's very careful design thinking. This is critical. And designers, please challenge yourself to accurately represent the upcoming context of your colleagues as they are working through their design refinements. Show those on their drawings. We can't see white beyond your property line for these drawings. Please show the effects and respond to them. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got from a senior architect who was mentoring me was, if we don't draw it, we can't think it. When we draw context, when we draw the effects of adjacencies, we must think about it. And that prompts us to create a successful design response. So please challenge yourself to update each other on your design thinking so that you can work in tandem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the proponents. Comments on this one's centered largely around site plan, although certainly there was some about but that involved also the massing of the building and the creation of what was a canyon as described by one in the middle of the project. I'm going to start with scale, however, and we'll say that the scale of the street wall and the massing was considered to be substantial. There was a suggestion to move the Canadian Tire to the upper floor and replace it with finer grain retail on Danforth. With respect to the site plan, consider moving the residential lobby to Danforth and away from the loading dock. This is tied to subsequent comments about positioning of the loading dock, which have to do with so the project is designed, renders itself as an impenetrable block. There's an unacceptable lack of east-west flow across the project. Coupled with that, or as a way to alleviate that, consider moving the loading dock south and decoupling the east-west pedestrian connection from loading. The linear park at the south, this is the wrong location for it. It will be in shadow. It's considered to be untenable and unrealistic and doesn't contribute to a greater plan or connectivity within the emerging context. Suggested strongly, in particular by this panel to deeply re-examine that emerging context and redesign with it in mind as you move forward, recognizing once again that these projects are at an early stage. And finally, as we did with the last one, demonstrate a sustainable approach to building and landscape design in subsequent submissions. Leanne, if you could put up the vote, please. Perhaps not necessary to read through it again. I will start by asking if any panel members would like to make a suggestion for a condition attached to a vote of support. I'm not seeing any hands, I don't think. Sorry, just have to scroll first. No, okay. All right, so let's move to the vote. As I call your name, if you please let us know your vote. Dima Cook.
Non-support.
Jim Goff.
Non-support.
Paul Kulig.
Non-support.
Heather Rolston.
Non-support.
Aladia Smoke.
Non-support.
Thank you very much to the proponents and panel members for the discussion and the presentation on this. We look forward to seeing the project as it develops from this stage forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you for the comments.
Thank you. With that, the marathon continues. We are going to now step into 8 Dawes Road. Same process. And Dima, I'm sorry, you're first again. Jim, Paul, Heather, Aladia, and comments at 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. This is sort of the outlier almost in the whole projects because it's just a tower on a site. I think I've got limited comments really beyond really encouraging the proponents to rethink their ground floor design. I'm not sure why retail is needed there. It seems to squish everything else and squish the tenants, squish the lobby. There could be a more useful or public function at that space. I'm not sure how the viability of retail there or making the pops larger or adding more greenery to the site. There's a lot of gymnastics required to stick retail, which I don't think is actually serving the building correctly and may give you more breathing room. I would also encourage that a bit more openness to the floors that are above the crash walls, especially as they turn. The buildings to allow for a maybe slightly softer expression. Even if it is a garage, architecturally, it does not have to be beyond like the crash wall requirement to the wall of the south. It does not have to be sort of that architectural expression. The softening of the elevation can extend on the north, on going up the east and west elevations, even if the garage function remains on the inside. And I would encourage the proponents to really ensure they're paying attention to the existing buildings to their west in terms of that relationship and that juxtaposition for those tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dima. Jim.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't have many comments either. I would go back to the bike storage question. I think having the bike storage at the very back of the building is not going to encourage cyclists to use their bikes here. It seems like a very convoluted way to have to get through the building to access that bike storage. So I would encourage the developer to look at alternative layouts to see how they can be moved forward closer to the door. And as I think Dima said earlier, creating that blank wall in the driveway on Dawes is not really going to be creating a pedestrian supportive environment. I think that's going to be a bit of a drag on animating the entire street of Dawes Road. And also, I think as Dima also said, looking at alternative uses for that retail space may make a lot more sense. Having that as dedicated bike parking, a bike station / bike share station, things like that would relate a lot better, I think, to the GO station and enhancing the functionality of that and moving towards sustainability in terms of transportation movement throughout this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, I'll support everything the last two panelists said and suggest that the presentation at least did not include any of a kind of landscape expression, and it's something that will be critical even if it is a postage stamp. But the extension of Dawes Road, the interface with the sort of future Metrolinx station, or entrance perhaps, how all those stitch together will need a deft touch, and there's going to be issues and challenges of grading, security, gates, all of these things that, if not managed well, will be or could be really poorly resolved. But they could also be the incredible gateway that sort of unlocks all of this development potential. So I'd say invest in some really critical landscape thinking here soon. And then, while I understand the kind of need for parking and the kind of crash wall, I think you should also consider that that is a positive facade. There will be people that are waiting at that platform. I realize the platform's just a titch to the west, but that will be an incredible canvas. It's not simply the back. It will be a place where many people are waiting for periods of time and should be treated, even if it is a kind of surface treatment, in a way that respects or responds to that audience, let's say. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Heather.
Yep, thank you. I appreciated the opening comments at the outset about a kind of willingness to work with the city and a kind of acknowledgement that the review is premature. So I really appreciate that comment. I also note that this site had a requirement for employment uses that could be offset by affordable housing. So I was encouraged to hear that affordable housing is being considered. So it would be great if we see this project back to have that incorporated, and to get some of that more into the project. I would really consider that a very, very minimum amount of parking be provided on this site. This site is very well served by transit, and there's an awful lot of above grade parking that I think should be reconsidered. I agree with Jim that the bike parking spaces should be closer to the entrance. And I would encourage, with respect to the architectural expression, there are big expanses of window wall elevations without balconies. So wondering if, for in the interest of sustainability, curtain wall could be looked at here, or at the very least, maybe there could be some interruptions to these large expanses of window wall with other materials to make this more sustainable, and because we know that window wall doesn't perform and will need maintenance in the future. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Eladia.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Heartily agree. I want to call your attention, Marlin Spring, to slide 16. These are sustainability goals of another era, and we can see where those types of goals have gotten us. We need to see much more innovative measures than this, much more ambitious and inspiring sustainability goals. There's a huge opportunity with all of these projects being at a similar stage and being highly adjacent to each other, that we can do so much better. Please maybe dream a little harder on those sustainability goals. There's huge potential at that southwest corner to integrate a linear parkway system, perhaps with other developments. I'm looking at your pet relief area. Even if that got moved down to the southwest corner also, perhaps we can expand that POP so that it's less, you know, an inhospitable high wall, and it provides a little bit more open sense of space for your POPs. And perhaps that really long ground floor exit corridor could be lined with bike storage. I am not sure if that is feasible, but that's a really long corridor that could actually double as bike storage, and then you wouldn't have to put it at your southeast corner hidden behind a huge parkade, and instead it's directly adjacent to transit connections with a really pleasant access route through a beautiful mini park. So some simple gestures that respond beyond the red dashed line of the property line really would augment the impact that even smaller developments such as this has on the character of the neighborhood and the success of the development as a whole. So again, I challenge the developers to play an active role in creating a successful living environment here. Connecting up parkways, connecting up habitat zones, connecting up humane experiential spaces. We just don't see these huge expanse of glass facades any longer, because we know now that we have to do better. We need to have more opaque surfaces. We have to strategically respond to the realities of the movement of the sun, the movement of wind. We just don't see that right now with this development. So as you refine your design, please keep that in mind, keep that front of mind, because those living systems are what support us. We have to regenerate them. Thank you.
Thank you. I will, 5 points raised by the panel, which I will summarize now. Comments focused on the ground floor layout, the facades, a single point about landscape, and then about sustainability. Recognizing once again that you're at early stages, but we're commenting on what's been presented to us. The ground floor, rethink the layout of the ground floor. This was a critical point made by a number of panel members. Sub-questions to that point: is retail truly needed or in fact viable here? That location where the retail is shown can be better used as perhaps as a POPs or as bike parking or bike share location. Some of the suggestions made. The bike storage on the ground floor, the sense was that was inappropriately located, and consider looking at alternative layouts. The east and west facades, consider softening the elevations at the parking garage levels. And the south facade, consider redesign given it is a backdrop to the GO station. On landscape, we weren't able to comment on that as there was no material presented of any, and no substantive material presented in the package. But the point was made that landscape, no matter how small it will be a critical piece of the development. So the panel would look forward to seeing details on that in a subsequent submission. On sustainability, consider curtain wall or a greater percentage of opacity rather than window wall as demonstrated in the drawings today. And a general comment to demonstrate a commitment to progressive sustainability measures that are more current ones than we would have seen even 2 or 3 years ago. Thank you so much. We will move to the vote on this one, Leanne. Do I have any panel members who would like to make a condition to a vote of support?
I guess I have a question, maybe I
Yes.
should know already. I think the points raised about the facade and the glass are really critical, I think.
Mhm.
Is that a condition, or is that just assumed to be to be taken into account with the vote, like as in it's, support taking into account all the conditions and comments that have been made. Like just to question whether it needs to be a separate condition or a condition.
Well, if the city would like to weigh on that, but I would say, given that we're early, like all the comments are recorded as part of the, and will continue to be part of the discussion, as the project moves through. So it's not, consider them to be part of it moving forward. So it's not necessarily that it needs to be, in my opinion, made a condition of support. If the city has any comments or disagrees, please let me know.
Yeah, I would just say if that's a criteria that if met would change your thinking on the vote, then that would be a condition you may want to move forward.
I guess I'm assuming that all our comments will be taken into account, and so that should be sufficient.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions or motions? No. Okay. Please let me know your vote when I call your name. Dima Cook.
Support.
Jim Goff.
Sorry, non-support.
Paul Kulig.
Support.
Heather Rolston.
Support.
Eladia Smoke.
Non-support.
So voted. Thanks very much to the proponent and the panel. And last but not least, our final project for today, 2721 Danforth Avenue. Just for the heck of it, let's mix up the order. So we'll start with Eladia this time, and then Heather, Paul, Jim, and Dima. Eladia, will you start us off, please?
Well, darn it, I've been benefiting from everybody else's intelligence up until now. So I appreciate the efforts of this project to link into the work of other projects, but I think that some of the emerging context is not accurately shown. So I'm not sure if those efforts have been expended to the best benefit of the project. So the Green Corridor to Danforth, I applaud that effort to connect up with the public park at the south. But as discussed previously, that public park is going to be in shadow. And the linear parkway is very narrow. So I'm not sure if it's doing what's intended. And then that east-west connection, I similarly strongly support this effort, but I'm not certain that that's lining up with the current emerging context adjacent to the site. So thank you, Ra, for your efforts to respond to emerging context, but I think, again, that collaborative entity is desperately needed to keep all of these disparate private initiatives up to date on what each other is doing so that these initiatives are effective and that that the design teams are not working at cross purposes with each other. So I think the architectural expression is to be applauded here. I really like the textural work, the sort of efforts to bring the massing down to reasonable levels that can be sort of absorbed by people at the ground level. So thanks for that. And again, just reiterating that need to respond to emerging context in all of our drawings. We need to see that emerging context, and it has to be up to date. So thanks.
Thank you. Heather.
Thank you. I have comments in a very similar vein to Eladia. I really appreciate the level of thinking that went into kind of the green space, the willingness to provide the 10% parkland dedication, and the kind of strides that were made to kind of support the connectivity across the site. and you know, appreciating that this project is kind of chasing an ever-changing context. So it was appreciated to hear that you know, some of the ideas were outdated, but I think they were rooted in the kind of betterment of this this place as a district. So I think it's worth saying that. I believe that we heard that the project more or less adhered to the tall building guidelines. I don't think um, uh, I think it should absolutely adhere. So if this project is in excess of 750 square meters for the plate sizes, or if the tower separations are not meeting 25 meters, I would suggest that they should. I also think that the new road, Guest Avenue, seems to be a very narrow right of way for part of the north-south length of this site. So I just wonder if it's the type of street that requires or warrants a kind of street wall podium condition. And if the rooftop is not needed to attain the 2 meters of exterior amenity, I would suggest that this site could benefit from not having a very deep and covered pedestrian through block connection, and perhaps that area could be omitted above. I also think that the facing distance on the west side seems to be very tight. And it is not acceptable for primary windows of suites. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, I'll share the comments around planning for a context that is not reached a consensus and is a kind of critical issue with this site. I think one thing that sort of jumps out for me is actually the southern edge of the site. And there is a kind of orphan tail of the property that I believe is owned by 2575, or that entire parcel to the far west, and is being reserved for a park of some kind. And just curious if there are some opportunities for land swaps there that could normalize that condition, which then frees up some space for your mid-block service and loading, which then maybe has a ripple effect of freeing up some opportunities on the Canadian Tire site, and then starting to help us realize that east-west connection. Because right now it's this sort of orphaned pizza slice of a plaza that doesn't necessarily help anybody. Beyond that, I'll switch to maybe a positive piece. I think of all the projects, I appreciate the Danforth expression in this one the most. I think there's a kind of honest attempt to respond to the architectural expression. And I just maybe suggest that taking that through the subdivision of the retail at that sort of Danforth facade specifically would be helpful. I know you've got, I think, amenity along the side street, but if that large retail space could be subdivided to kind of reflect some of the sort of implied structural bays above, and then we start to really reflect the kind of rhythm and tenure of Danforth, it would be, I think, a net benefit. Ignoring the adjacent Popeyes chicken context immediately next door, we can start to imagine where this gets us. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Paul, could just sort of recap what you were saying about the Danforth facade. Could you say that again?
I appreciate the material expression and the massing, and then I would only suggest that sort of rhythm of sort of implied structural bays be extended to the interior and the subdivision of the retail space as well.
Okay, thank you. Please. Okay, thank you. Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again for the presentation. I did did want to say I did appreciate the clarity and directness of the presentation. I thought that was really helpful. I don't have a lot to add. I think I would just repeat kind of the comments that I made earlier regarding the linear park and whether that really meets community needs and whether it's really viable. So that's it for me, given that it is quite early days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Dima.
It's my turn to get to say that I agree with a lot of what's been said for me. It is difficult to sort of comment on the project given the change. It was designed with a context in mind that has substantially changed, and I think it does highlight the importance of having a more cohesive and cooperative approach between the neighboring sites. I will agree with Paul about the expression on Danforth. I think it really speaks to, there's a real effort made about understanding sort of the street and its scale and its materiality. And I would also agree about more articulation for the retail would also be very beneficial in terms of the overall architecture. The sort of setback balconies and the openings, it's sort of an architectural expression as well that is also um, friendly, or not friendly is not word, that works well with the neighborhood and with the context that it's in, and with the whole residential aspect. It's something that seems to be very compatible with the area, especially the setting back of the towers from Danforth to the extent they are as well. It's a massing and volumetric articulation that really functions well within the neighborhood. And I look forward to seeing sort of, I guess, the next steps when the relationships to the neighboring sites are able to be resolved. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Points of consensus, chiefly around green space and architectural expression. So starting with the green space, that panel thought it was thoughtful as conceived, but as proposed no longer contributes to the greater emerging context and the connectivity thereof. But understanding that, you know, this scheme predates that, and so that that's something to develop moving forward. A point that the tail at the end, at the south end, where the potential POPs is, one panel member wondered if there was a land swap possible that could help unlock potential green space potential, public realm potential on other sites through a kind of domino effect. With respect to architectural expression, it was very much appreciated here. The material and massing were cited, and a thought that, or a suggestion to consider developing the rhythm of the structural bays on the Danforth side to the interior, and the language of the setbacks as well was considered to be quite successful. The tall building guidelines must be adhered to if they aren't currently, comment there, as it wasn't entirely clear. And to please reconsider the linking mass between the towers and whether it's actually necessary. It's broad and deep, and so it will create, you know, there'll be shadow there. But generally speaking, the expression was considered to be friendly and compatible with the neighborhood, and again was appreciated. Moving to the vote, Leanne, would any panel member like to propose a condition to a vote of support? Okay.
I'm not sure how to express this, but I feel like the problems of 2721 Danforth are actually the problems of 2681 Danforth. And I don't know how to resolve that because the assumptions that 2721 has made work well, but the reality of 2681 is no longer that reality. So I don't know if we could make a condition that respond to the new reality at the west property line, perhaps.
I think that, again, I think that might be one that is reflected in the commentary, and I think that, of course, the panel discussion and the proponent themselves made note of this and that this was at an earlier stage and doesn't consider the context. So I think that we can safely assume that those comments will be taken into account as the project develops further. Which is all by way of saying.
Sorry, my apologies for interrupting. I just wouldn't want to support the project in the current configuration with the west property line condition as it stands, I guess. So that's,
okay.
I'm not sure how to, I do support the project as a whole though, and the gestures that are clearly attempting to be made here.
Yeah, right. I think, would you like to, so I think we could make that a condition of support, of a vote of support. How could you suggest a wording for it? It could be quite simple.
Resolve with emerging context at west property line. Okay.
Leanne, does that work? Do you have enough there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do other panel members support that that condition to be added? Yeah? Okay. All right, so we'll move forward. I'm not seeing everybody. Oh, just a second. If anybody doesn't support that condition, if you could just raise your hand. No? Okay, good. All right, so let's we'll propose it. It will be proposed as a the vote of support will come with that condition that it be resolved, keeping the changing context of the west side in mind. I'll call out your names. Dima Cook.
Support.
Jim Goff.
Support.
Paul Kulik.
Support.
Heather Rolston.
Support.
Eladia.
Support.
Thank you so much. That actually brings the panel, today's panel to conclusion. I'd just like to make a few closing remarks. And those center around, I first want to thank everybody for coming here and bringing their projects at this stage of development to the panel, and for the city to bringing them here. The conversation today has been robust, it has been frank, and I think this is about city building. This is about building a small city, and all of the proponents have acknowledged that there's more work to be done here in order to bring these various developments into concert and cohesion and into step with each other as they move forward. And that's a wonderful and remarkable thing. And it's something that at the same time is absolutely essential to creating a humane and viable community, one that will last decades. So we're very grateful for the conversation here today as representatives of the city, and not this like the city of Toronto, but I mean as representatives of the design community and the citizens of Toronto, to have that conversation around that, and it's bold to do it's unusual to do what we've done today, and it's brave to have the conversation when the projects are at these various stages. So I thank you for all that, and on behalf of the panel, and very much look forward to seeing these projects as they develop. It's a ripe time to have these conversations, despite their different levels of development, because the hope here is, of course, that the conversation will spur reflection and be helpful as they move forward, and hopefully instigate or initiate a more wholesome or at the very least the beginnings of, if they haven't already been happening, a collective effort to making the best possible neighborhood that can be made here. So thank you all so very much. As I said before, we look forward to seeing these projects again, and hopefully together again, as they evolve into something that could really make a difference and be a precedent-setting development for what is a very large area, but you know, it won't be the last, I suspect, of these types of areas that are so large and comprehensive. With that, I wish you all a happy long weekend, and look forward to